Shalom. Jacob says he is getting his tea, I believe. So guess we'll just wait for him to get back. Oh, let me in the comments. Oh, I think he already did it. He dropped a link in there if anyone wants to join. Yep, it's in there. If anyone feels like joining tonight. Is that tea or soup?
Sorry, my tea took longer than I thought, much longer. OMG, is that the Jacob Federici and the Jason Almondry? Well, I guess Jason Schwartz is
Oh,
his
whoa.
name. I'm
Jason
a big
Schwartz.
fan. Isn't that your last name?
Schweitzer. That's close.
Schweitzer. Why did I think
Schwartz.
Schwartz? Oh, I was
That's
talking
close
about
enough.
Schwartz earlier today. Schweitzer. Sorry about that. What was I going to say? I was going to say something.
Is that a big bowl of tea you brought in? That's
Yes.
massive. It looked like. Wow. Can you tea leaves when you're done,
What?
or your tea leaves? Can you read tea leaves?
No.
Do you want to? Why don't you perform some divination on this?
It might it might be against my religion just a tiny bit. And
All right.
Jacob can't tell Germans apart. Shaking my head.
Schwartz and Schweitzer. It's actually Swiss, but it's close enough. Close enough to Germany, I guess.
Schweitzer. Okay.
Yeah, it doesn't have the T in it, but you say it like there's a T in it, so I don't know. So I guess that makes it Swiss. It actually means Swiss, I think, is what I've heard.
Oh.
Right.
Yeah, that would make sense.
Yep.
Huh.
So
if you were actually Swiss, your name wouldn't be Schweitzer. Because in Switzerland, they wouldn't call themselves Swiss. Like the person you call English is like the person who's not the person in England who's not English.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah. Okay.
All right.
I think I will say the prayer this time.
Okay.
Okay. Eloheinu v'Eloheinu, our Father and the Father of our forefathers. I mean, our God and the God of our forefathers. Please turn to us and shine your light upon us. Forgive our sins and help us to forgive the sins of others against us. And illuminate our minds with the sparks of the Holy Soul that you breathe into us, so that our thoughts should be in correct alignment with your will, and our speech should be in correct alignment with your word, and our actions should be in correct alignment with your commandments, so that we may be a part of your kingdom on earth as it is in heaven. And we ask all of these things not in our own merit, but in the merit of all of the great and saintly people who came before us and upon whom the world rests. Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, Moses, Aaron, Joseph, and David, and all of the saints in all their generations. Amen.
Amen. Schweiz is Switzerland in German. There you go. That was a good prayer.
I hope so. I hope
It was.
So.
Did you have anything in particular you wanted to talk about? Or?
No, there were several people who mentioned things they wanted to talk about that they were possibly going to show up for, but none of them
Oh,
did.
sweet. Oh, okay. All right. Well, that's a bummer. Maybe they'll come in at some point.
Maybe.
I had a lot of stuff I've been writing down, like as I've been reading throughout the week, but I mean it's kind of all over. I've just been reading. Well, I've been reading through the like kind of straight from the Old Testament, kind of trying to read through straight. So, but they're just kind of random questions here and there. Nothing like.
That sounds beautiful. Let's do it.
All right. First question I was going to ask is: do you know if Solomon was he the seventh son of David?
Ooh.
Or was he like the firstborn in Jerusalem? I didn't know what was kind of done with that.
Ooh. This I know almost nothing of. I'm trying to think. Okay, so let's pull up Safaria. And
Let's see. Do I hit that screen?
let me add it. There we go. There we go. Now, there is a verse which says Solomon was when it talks about when he becomes king, right? Solomon becoming king. And it announces his name along. So, First Kings 128. Is that it?
First Kings, what was it?
First Kings 1. Well, that's what I am looking at because that's what.
See.
So 32 looks like so. First Kings 1, 32 looks like where the appointment is. And let's see what the commentaries have to say. Carly מחלוקת רצה לחזק את מלכותו על ידי כהן גדול ונביא. Well, let's see, verse 30.
In what is there a specific thing you're looking for?
Well, I was just thinking that this would be the most likely place where one of the commentaries would mention Solomon's relationship to any other children.
Oh, okay, I see.
But
in First Chronicles 28 and 29, it talks a little about choosing him. Like it says, I don't know if this might be relevant. It says First Chronicles 28 verse 5, and of all my sons, for the Lord has given me many sons, he has chosen my son Solomon to sit on the throne of the kingdom of the Lord over
that was
Israel.
First Chronicles what?
28 verse 5.
28 verse 5. Okay, so let's see what the commentaries say. Metzudat David. That's not what it's talking about. Ralbag. Kol b'nei בני בחר בשלמה בני, ואם יחזק לעשות מצוותיו ונפשותיו, יכין מלכותו עד לעולם. No, that's also not.
There's I just don't know if it ever. I was wondering because I wasn't sure if it ever said. I don't remember it saying. And I've always kind of wondered why it went. The throne went to him. I didn't know if he was like the firstborn that was born in Jerusalem, or if he was the seventh son. I wasn't quite sure because there's 6 born to David in Hebron, or Hebron. How do you say that?
Hebron, yeah.
Hebron. So like in 2 Samuel chapter 3,
Second Samuel chapter.
starting at verse 2, it lists David's sons that were born in Hebron. Then it lists 6. And then in chapter 5, it lists some more sons that were born to him in Jerusalem. And it doesn't, and Solomon's just like randomly in there. He's not even the first one listed. That's why I was like, I don't understand. It's kind of strange. I've never really understood why he was chosen other than God said, I didn't know if there was like a certain, because normally, it passes down from the firstborn to the next, I thought.
I'm trying to see if this Abarbanel is actually to. Well, he seems to be saying that Solomon was not one of the 6 at least.
He's not one of those first 6. He was born later in Jerusalem.
Yeah, but I think the reason why he became was because he was from the favored mother.
The favored mother. But I thought there was a law in Deuteronomy that says you can't do that. Or was it, like it says, if you have a firstborn in one wife and you have a secondborn of the loved wife, don't choose the son of the loved wife over the. That's why I've always been kind of confused at what was going on.
That's a really good question.
Because in church, when I hear most people, if it ever does come up, which is very rare, they'll usually say something like Bathsheba tricked David and she was being very like deceitful and stuff. And I don't know that she was. It kind of looks like she was when you read Kings, but then there's these other little parts where it says like God told David that he would make Solomon king. So I'm like, it seems like God told David as well, but I still don't really know the reason. Oh, Clown of Babylon said 2 Samuel 12:24. I'm going to flip over there. Let's see. That's when, David comforted Bathsheba, his wife, and went into her and lay with her, and she bore a son, and he called his name Solomon. Now the Lord loved him, and he sent word by the hand of Nathan the prophet, and he called his name Jedediah because of the Lord.
Yeah, Yedidiah means beloved of God.
I did have another separate question about that verse too as well. So I'm glad you brought that up, but we can stick with this one first.
I mean, this sounds like a really good question. I wonder if Maimonides talks about it in the Laws of Kings and Wars. If I had studied the laws of kings and wars like I should have all the way from the beginning, I would know.
There's so much stuff for you guys to study. It's insane. Look at all that. I don't know how you do it.
You, the whatchamacallit is not that we have so much to study. The amazing part is people like the Yunuka have like everything on here memorized and then
That's
some.
That's crazy.
Yeah,
How do they even do that?
it's it is absolutely so. Rav Avadia and the Yanuka and the Rebbe seemed to have, and other people. I mean, basically, in order to be a posek, to be a rabbinic decisor, you're kind of expected to have the entirety of the Talmud memorized.
Wow.
Um, yeah. And if I were to spend 3 hours a day every day for the next 7.5 years studying Talmud, I might just read through it the first time.
That's crazy. That's that's so much stuff.
Um,
I'm texting my cousin John real quick too and tell him to probably watch on your live stream because I think that's where most people are in the live chat. I don't think it mixes the live chat.
no, it doesn't mix it. I mean, we see all of them, but it doesn't. They don't get mixed. Um, I'm just wondering if he says anything about Solomon here. Um,
Anyways,
so he says
okay, go ahead.
this is Laws of Wars, chapter 112. A son who succeeds his father as king is not anointed unless he assumes his position amid a dispute over the inheritance or during a civil war. Under these circumstances, he should be anointed in order to remove all disagreement. Therefore, they anointed Solomon because of the claim of Adoniyahu Yehoash, because of the usurpation of Atalia and Yehoahaz, because of the claim of his brother Yehoiakim. Trying to see.
Okay. I'm not sure about either of those last two names. I think just because they're probably spelled different than what's in my I know there was Amnon gets killed by Absalom, then Absalom tries to take the throne, then Absalom gets killed, and then what's his name? Mine says Adonai. Adonaiah? Adonaiah?
Adoniyahu. Yeah.
Adoniyahu. So, but that's not the one that says there, the usurpation of Atalia.
Yeah.
Huh. And his brother Jehoiakim.
Yehoahaz.
Yehoahaz. Oh, okay. I was looking
Oh,
at the last
yeah.
one. Yeah. Huh.
So
I don't know.
apparently, this is discussed in Talmud Horayot 11b.
Oh,
Talmud Horayot 11.
we're in it now. We're diving down the rabbit hole.
We are. Um, mm, Sure. Okay. The Gemara asks, and from where do we derive that when there is a dispute with regard to succession, the king requires anointing, and it is not whenever the king wishes he can bequeath the kingdom to his son without anointing him? Rav Papa said that the verse states, he and his sons in the midst of Israel. When there is peace in Israel, we read concerning him, he and his sons, even without anointing. But when there is a dispute, anointing is required. It is taught, even Yehu, son of Nimshi, king of Israel, was anointed only due to the challenge of Yoram. The sages challenge and let them derive from. The Baraita is incomplete, and this is what it is teaching. Kings of the house of David are anointed. Kings of Israel are not anointed. The Gemara asks, from where do we derive this?
That's interesting, but Yehu was anointed. So he wasn't from the house of David, I don't think. Was he?
No, he was a king of Israel. Well,
That's what I thought.
not Jude. Well, I mean, so
This
Rav
is a
Papa
mess.
actually says Yehu was not anointed with normal oil. It was pure balsam oil.
Oh, he got the crummy stuff. Huh.
Okay, so I mean, I am guessing that the commentaries on the Talmud here go into depth regarding this stuff, but like, yeah, learning a part of the Talmud in depth like this. So when I was in yeshiva, we used to spend a week on basically each line of Talmud.
Mm-hmm.
And that was full time. That was like 40 hours.
That's crazy.
Yeah.
Huh.
So
yeah,
I think
it's just crazy that it takes this much digging to figure this out, because it seems like maybe it's just me, but it kind of seems like a weird like an obvious question almost. It's just kind of strange that he's the one that's just picked.
yeah, why I mean the question, well, I mean the Bible specifically says that Solomon had God's favor.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so I mean
So
that could just be the simple answer, but the weird part is it kind of goes a little bit goes against God's law that he laid out previously, or it seems
right.
to.
I'm honestly, this is a great question, and it's the type of question that like I would ask somebody like Chazi, who was a Meshiv in like. So did I tell you what a Meshiv? Did I explain to you what a Meshiv is?
I think so, right? When he like had to sit there and teach for.
Well, he had to sit there and answer people's questions. So so you have a Beit Midrash, right, where everybody's sitting there and studying, and anytime you and your study partner can't figure something out, you go and you take it to one of the Meshivim, and he was a Meshiv, basically. Yeah.
So we need
to
take it to Hezi. Where is that guy? Wake him up.
Yeah, it's only like what time is it in Israel right now?
I don't know, probably like 4 a.m. No, he gets up at 4.
Time is it in Israel? It is 4 a.m. in Israel right now. Yeah, he might be sleeping. So this is the type of question that I would take to a competent rabbi who studies these things and actually knows. And that's not me.
Oh, don't say that. That is you.
Thanks for exposing my ignorance.
Well, it's not. It's just weird to me because I think what strikes me as weird is that I feel like I would be able to find it in the scripture somewhere. Like usually there'll be little weird things like that, but then if you keep reading, they'll be in some other book, and then it'll give you another clue or something like that. Like even with
Honestly,
what's his name, Reuben, and sleeping with his. It's like,
yeah.
why didn't
like I would be shocked if this isn't discussed somewhere in rabbinic literature, but that's why rabbinic literature actually consists of huge libraries as opposed to like what I have, and like you have to have an encyclopedic because I'm guessing that if I were to dig into the various commentaries of that place in the Talmud and possibly things like Shulchan Aruch HaAtid, which is a book. I'm not gonna, but whatever. It would I'm sure I would let me put it this way. If you're the first person to ask this question, that would be really, really cool because, like I told you, coming up with a new Torah question is considered, and this seems like a valid question. Why? That does seem like a contradiction. How come the older, at the very least, why the older sons weren't naturally inherited, and why Solomon.
Yeah.
But I would genuinely be shocked if nobody else had asked this question. I'm just incompetent to go looking for it. Rabbi Mullet might. Yeah, Rabbi Mullet or Chezi or maybe even Yosef. Somebody who actually knows their Torah.
Yeah, I could ask Yosef. I have him on the Signal app. I have his contact, so I can ask him. The question's pretty easy on there. I have one more thing I found here though that might give us another clue. If we want to look and see if there's a comment on this one. It's First Chronicles, chapter 3. Starting at verse 4, it talks about David's sons again. Oh, actually, at verse 1, it talks about his sons. But then specifically verse 5, I think it says, it looks like in this one, Solomon might be the firstborn in Jerusalem, like in that city. But I still don't know that really means much. I don't know. And according to the previous law or whatever, I don't know if it means much, but oh, here, let me do the screen thing. There we go. All right, because it says list 4, and Solomon's the last one it lists, but then it says 4 by Bathsheba, but I think Solomon was the first by her because the first one died, then Solomon.
Yeah, that's. So Malbim says Shlomo was the first one born, but it's the way of Chronicles is to because it wants to mention the people that aren't so important first, because then it's going to start talking about Solomon apparently after this.
Oh, okay, that makes a little. Yeah, then it goes to Solomon's sons. So
yeah,
so he was the firstborn by her, which would make him the firstborn in Jerusalem, I think, which would make him the 7th son, I think, right?
Sounds right to me.
I don't know, but I don't know. That's who knows. There's the whole David thing too. David got picked, and he was the seventh too. So but he did get that oil. He did get the oil of Samuel.
He did. I'm just trying to see if somebody mentions this already, but like.
All right. Well, I'm gonna write a little note in my Bible that says seventh son ? Since it's still not quite confirmed. But I really hope he is the seventh son, because that would just make it even better with his mom's name being Bathsheba and then his name being Solomon.
It would be all fractal and stuff.
Yeah, I know, right? That'd be great. And born in Jerusalem.
Yes.
Yeah. I don't know. So another question I had actually kind of goes a little bit off of that. I can switch it back here. Wait, were you still looking at that or?
No.
Okay, all right. Because I mentioned Samuel, and this is kind of a little bit related to Samuel and to that verse, this one that he posted, 2 Samuel 12:24. Because in that verse, it had a little note, and it said, he called Solomon, how do you say it again? I always say Jedediah, but I know that's not right.
Yedidia.
Yedidia? Okay. But then mine has a note, and it says she at the bottom, where it be he or she. And so I didn't know if I remember right, I think Samuel is also named by his mother. And is Samson named by his mother as well? I didn't know there's something going on with like that mothers naming children, if there's something in
Okay,
Jewish tradition about
you're
that.
asking me questions about the Bible, and I know nothing about the Bible, and like
You know
I
a
don't
lot
know
about
why.
the Bible. Well, the reason I'm curious is because like John the Baptist. So there's like all these Nazarites, right? Is Samson is kind of a Nazarite. Samuel is a Nazarite, and I think both of them. I'd have to double check on Samson, but I think they're both named. Their mothers named them over the fathers, and then John the Baptist was the same way. The angel tells Elizabeth, "You shall call him John." I mean, the father has to write the name later because they go. She says his name's John, and then they say, "Let us ask the father." And then he says his name's John as well. But I just didn't know if there was something going on in that, with like a weird connection between the Nazarites and the mother naming, or you know anything about that? Sorry, another weird question.
Say that, please ask again, because I was trying to figure out this she and he called, and it's just he called. Yeah, he called, but it doesn't mention.
Huh.
She.
Yeah, mine says. Yeah, mine's got like a little. What is a little note?
What
like
does it
asterisks
say?
or something. Okay, it
note?
says. Oh gosh, let me go back. It says QERE, whatever that means. And then it says some Hebrew manuscripts, Syriac and Targum, read she.
Okay, so those are other manuscripts.
Okay.
So they just have a letter difference. Yeah, some of them I guess
Okay.
are Tikra, and I mean, if you're looking at a textual edition, because Yikra is so much more common, and you're trying to actually establish if there was some sort of like it's not a common scribal error to change from he to she. And so I guess the people who are really into trying to figure out what the original text was are like, well, if it's possible that it was a scribal error to change the she to he, but it's not likely that these other manuscripts had made the mistake of changing from Yikra to Tikra, because that's not a common scribal error.
Okay. Well, maybe I could ask this then too. Is there so when they're naming the child on the 8th day,
Mhm.
normally the child is named by the father, right? Or does it?
I mean, almost always they agree on what they're going to call the kid. I've never really considered what it would be like if they disagreed.
Okay. Well, I mean the disagreement with, well, I guess it's not disagreement, but the Benjamin or Benjamin, Rachel calls him Ben Onai,
Mm-hmm.
and
Ben
Jacob
Oni,
calls him
yeah.
Ben Benoni. Ah, man, I wrote a song about that and I said it wrong the whole time in the song. Dang it. Should have asked you first, Benoni. Um, uh, but yeah, I guess I was curious because I didn't know if there was something going on in the scriptures with that, where the father, where the father will give one name and the mother will give another, or where the mother will just name in general. Um, because I guess what I said when you were looking that up is I'm just gonna look and double check really quick with Samson, because I'm pretty sure because he's has a Nazarite vow on him,
Yeah.
and so the woman bore a son, and so the woman bore a son and called his name Samson. So it looks like, if I'm just reading that, it looks like she named him, or it's at least saying that she named him. And I mean, the father was probably in agreement, but it just says that she does. And then Samuel also had a Nazarite vow, and Hannah, it says that Hannah names him as well. But where is that? So it came to pass in the process of time that Hannah conceived and bore a son and called his name Samuel, saying, "Because I have asked for him from the Lord." So and then the John the Baptist had the Nazarite vow, and let me just read it over there really quick. I think it's in Luke, and I'm pretty sure Elizabeth names him. I mean, the father, like, same thing. The father agrees, but what I think he was like mute at the time or something. So it was on the 8th day that they came to circumcise the child, and they would have called him by the name of his father Zacharias. His mother answered and said, "No, he shall be called John." So I didn't know if there was some weird connection going on with the mother naming the child and him being a Nazarite or something like that. It just seems weird that there's this kind of this coincidence, I guess you could say, or I guess it might be a pattern. I don't know. That's why I didn't know if it was odd. If it was odd in Jewish tradition when the mother gives the name, and then if it is odd, it would seem almost a little bit significant that it's stated in Scripture that the mother gave the name in these
My
children of
guess,
Nazarite.
my guess is, and I'm just guessing, that if there was a disagreement, it's halachically it would be, according to Jewish law, it would actually be the prerogative of the mother, just
Because
because. So we have a basic rule that um, the wife gets to make the decisions inside the home, and the husband gets to make the decisions outside the home.
okay, huh? Okay, well, that makes sense.
But then
Okay,
the question
so
becomes: is naming the child inside the home or outside the home?
yeah, that's true. I don't know. I'm not sure. Was David? Wait, I thought I heard you mention this. Yeah, this was when we were talking about whether David was the 7th or the 8th. I think you said something about he might have been born by a different woman or something like
Mother,
that as
yeah,
well. Yeah.
yeah.
Okay. All right. I'm looking at my other questions here. Edwin says, "What's up? What's up, Edwin?" I don't know where I want to go. I got lots of questions.
Ask your questions.
Okay, let me ask this one because it's kind of going with the Nazareth thing a little bit. Could a woman could take that vow, right?
Yeah.
Does she shave her head when she's done?
Yes. I'm pretty sure.
Okay. So when you
I'm pretty sure. Let me check.
Okay.
Nazarite. Um, trying to think. Yes, a female can take a Nazarite.
Okay, and so she does have to shave her head when she's done too. Then I guess. So I have some other questions concerning that. I guess. So when they take the Nazarite vow, does that mean they take on the Levitical priesthood? Is that what
No.
happened with Samuel? No. Then
No.
what happened with Samuel? What's going on with that?
He must have been a Levite.
No, he was. I think he was, because it says. Oh my goodness! Let me find this thing. I don't think he was, but Hannah dedicates him. It says something like she dedicates him to the God or something like that. Let's see. Now there was a certain man of Zophim of the mountains of Ephraim, and his name.
Where are we?
First Samuel. I was just starting at the very beginning to figure out order.
First Samuel 1? Okay.
Yeah, I mean, maybe he was a Levite. Maybe she was. I don't know. I guess I thought he was from Ephraim.
Where does it mention him being a Levite?
Samuel? I don't think it did. I didn't think he was a Levite. But
Then why were you asking if he takes on the... Hold on, wasn't Samuel a Cohen? Wasn't he a priest?
because he wears a linen ephod, but Samuel ministered before the Lord as a child wearing a linen ephod. And he grows up with Eli or Eli, however you say that. So she dedicates him to the Lord and takes him to the house and gives him to Eli, and I guess Eli raises him, but I didn't think he was a Levite, but I could be wrong on that. Maybe he is. But I thought Hannah's husband was from Ephraim, from the tribe of Ephraim or whatever.
Samuel.
These are interesting questions for me. I always feel like they're going to be boring for other people, though. But anyone's welcome to join and redirect this if they're bored.
So here on Chabad it says, he died in Ramah and was buried there. The whole nation deeply mourned the loss of their beloved leader Samuel, the Levite, their judge and prophet.
The Levite? Really? Okay. I don't know why he wasn't then. Okay, but he was a Nazarite too as well, right? or no? No razor shall come upon his head.
Hold
is
on.
what
It
he said.
says, yeah, but it says that he was a descendant of Korach, and Korach was definitely a Levite.
He was okay. I
Yeah,
was wrong.
Korach was a Levite. Yeah,
Okay,
like the
that makes
Bible
more
says
sense.
that
Then.
explicitly.
Okay, that makes a lot more sense then. Because I kind of wondered that. I didn't know why he was in the priesthood then. So when she says she dedicates him to the Lord, it just means that he's basically a Nazarite, I guess, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Huh. Okay, that makes more sense.
Yeah,
Was
Korach, it says wherever Korach shows up in the Bible with Moses, it says that he's a Levite.
okay. All right. That clears that up for me then. That makes more sense. So the Nazarite vow was it just you let your hair grow out long and you don't drink wine or vinegar or any of those things?
Nothing great.
Nothing
Yeah.
of the grape? That doesn't seem too hard, right? Have you done this? Have you done a Nazarite
No.
vow?
So did you hear what happened with Chezi?
No. No, I
Oh, you
haven't.
didn't hear Chezi's Nazarite story?
No, I definitely want to hear this now.
Oh wow! How could you not?
I don't know. Was this on your last live stream? Because I haven't got through all
No,
of that
but
one yet.
we discussed it. So what happened was when Chezi was like 14 or 15, he had an accident. He fell like on his head, and he almost died.
Whoa.
And yeah, and so he just felt inspired to become a Nazarite. And so he goes to his dad and he says he wants to become a Nazarite. And his father's like, well, let's study the laws of a Nazarite and then you can decide if you want to become a Nazarite. So they spend some months, I guess, like going through all the details of becoming a Nazarite. And Chezi says he still wants to be a Nazir. Now, if you take an actual Nazarite vow, you because there's no temple, you become a Nazarite for the rest of your life until the temple comes.
What?
Yeah.
So but that just means you just don't drink, right?
And you can't cut your hair.
Can you trim it? Not at all.
I don't think so.
Okay.
No.
Oh.
And so after they studied, Chezi still wanted to do it. And so his father told him, how about this? You try keeping all the rules of a Nazarite for a year, and after a year, you can decide if you want to take the vow. And so they had to explain to his school, his yeshiva, that he wasn't just growing out his hair because he was being rebellious or anything like that. He was like trying out being a Nazarite, right? And so he did it for a year, and by the time he finished the year, he was like, yeah, maybe not. So his dad like strung it out so he wouldn't until he was old enough to understand, no, you don't want to do that, Chezi.
Because you gotta grow your hair out for the rest of your life, I guess. Dang.
Can you imagine Chezi like not cutting his hair?
That would be
like
funny.
It wouldn't be fashionable, and how could Chezi not be fashionable?
So the rule is when you end your Nazarite vow, it has to be at the temple, I guess. And you cut your hair.
There are sacrifices that you have to bring.
Okay.
Including a sin offering. Yeah.
Samson didn't do that one. But it did come back to him, right? After he grew his hair back out?
Well, he didn't cut his own hair.
I know. So Hezi could have done one of those, right? He could have just.
Yeah, just found a woman who randomly wanted to cut his hair.
Why are you so strong, Hezi? Tell me the secret of your strength. Yeah, that's a good story.
Yeah.
Yeah, I hadn't heard that one. That's pretty good.
So, Clown of Babylon is actually giving us citations and stuff.
All right, let's look at it. Exodus.
No, he's
Exodus?
just giving us citations for the stuff we're talking about.
Oh, the Nazarite vows, number 6.
Yeah.
Yep. But I didn't know what the Exodus one was though. Exodus 6:21 was that? I didn't even know if that's Nazarite stuff. I'll look at that really quick. Oh, the sons of Ishar, Korah, Nephek, and Zikri, and the sons of Uziel. Oh, so I don't know. It just says Korah there. I guess that's what you're talking about earlier.
Yeah, and Moses says to them, "It's too much for you, the sons of Levi."
Oh, okay. Here, he hasn't drank or gotten a haircut for over a year, and he feels great. Wow. Wow. Nice. I don't know if I could do the hair thing. Maybe I could. I don't know. So I had another question though about David and the lame and the blind thing. Do you know anything about that? Why he hates them?
What do you mean?
My Bible says he hates them. Let's see. I'll find the verse. 2 Samuel chapter 5 verse 8.
2 Samuel chapter 5 verse 8. ויאמר דוד ביום ההוא כל מכה יבוסי ויגע בצינור ואת הפסחים ואת העברים שנואי נפש דוד על כן יאמרו עיוור ופסח לא יבוא אל הבית.
Yeah, so that's kind of strange that it says he abhors them. I'm not really sure the reason behind that. But what's also weird to me is that, well, it's kind of weird that the Jebusites, or I don't know how you say it, that they're called the lame and the blind. Then on top of it, then it says the lame and the blind shouldn't come into the house, but then David takes one into the house because he takes the son of Saul, who's lame, and he tells him to eat at his table. And so I don't know what's going on with all that. You know, this story of David here, there's a lot of questions that come up for me, and I'm like, I don't know what's going on half the time. But at least he's got that cool sword, you know. Sword of Goliath.
So, in First Chronicles 11:6, this is apparently explained.
What?
More
Explain
clearly?
Okay. All right. 11:6. Now David said, "Whoever attacks the Jebusites, sorry if I'm saying that wrong, first shall be chief and captain." And Joab, the son of Zur, I'm not going to say this. I know I'm saying them all wrong. Became chief. And David went into the stronghold. Therefore, they called it the city of David, and he built the city around it, from the Millo to the surrounding area. But how does that explain it more?
Yeah, good question.
It doesn't explain the lame and the blind part. I guess it gives a little more detail on the story, but
yeah.
David said, "Whoever climbs up by the way of the water shaft and defeats the Jebusites, the lame and the blind, hated by David. They shall be chief and captain. Therefore they
Where are
say,
you reading?
I'm reading the part you read earlier in Samuel.
Oh,
Therefore they say, the blind and the lame shall not come into the house.
what was which verse was that? Second
That was
Samuel.
the 2 Samuel 5, verse 8. You could start at like a little above that if you want. Like it kind of starts at 6, where this little where he tells him to go in there. Because it's at verse 6, it says, And the king and his men went to Jerusalem against the Jebusites, the inhabitants of the land, who spoke to David, saying, You shall not come in here, but the blind and the lame will repel you, thinking David cannot come in here. Nevertheless, David took the stronghold of Zion, that is the city of David. And then it goes to verse 8. So I don't know, it's just really weird. To me, it seemed weird. I don't know, maybe it's not.
Yeah. So here, let's see if the Malbim actually explains this. Okay, so this is the Malbim. It's been translated to English. And the king and his men went to Jerusalem once the two kingships within Israel had been united, because until now the tribe of Judah was under David and the remaining tribes were under Ishbosheth, and they became one kingdom under David. It was right, and it appeared to be the will of God, that the royal city should lie on a boundary that was connected to both kingly tribes. This was Jerusalem. Children of Judah. Thus, no one was able to approach the gates, because the statues would strike them down with their powerful motion. What? According to this, up against the gate of the city, they erected a line of statues in the form of blind people. And after this, a line of statues in the form of lame people. And after this, the drainage channel, while the citadel stood on the other side of the city. Between the city and the citadel stood the warriors ready to fight on whichever side the enemy attempted to enter. At first, David wanted to go in through the gate, and they said to him, You shall not come here unless you remove the blind and lame, meaning that it was impossible to enter unless he first removes the blind, and then afterward the lame, who were driving the metal rods that prevented him from passing the gate. This is what it says, You shall not come here, that they are the one declaring that you shall not enter. That is, they will stop you. It's also possible that aside from the strategy, they considered the status of godly powers, as the ancient idolaters often did. They made their idols from wheels and hinges, able to lift and to move amongst heavy things. This perspective combines the opinions of our sages that said the form of these idols hinted at the oath which Abraham or Isaac made to Abimelech.
Wait, what was that last part? The oath that they made to him?
Yes.
How
I
is it
have
related?
no clue.
Huh. That's okay. I don't think that was helpful to me a little bit. So they were statues. So he's saying there were statues of lame and blind people, and then they would hide around they used them as defense.
Okay, so by statues, I think he's talking about like machines that were guarding the gates.
Okay.
So he's saying it's one of two things. There were either they were using the blind and the lame to machine these statues, to man these protective whatever battlements or whatever you want to call them, statues, because they were blind and lame and couldn't fight like normal people, or they used them because as idolaters they had this idea that blind and lame people had special powers. But in either case, it's because of this strategy, and I'm not sure where he gets this from?
Whoever
Like, let me see.
says, "Blind in the lane shall not
Um,
come into the house." So I think he said something like, mine definitely does not read that way, but I think in this commentary he said something like, the blind and the lame were telling David, "You shall not come into the house." But mine definitely reads saying, "The blind and the lame shall not come into the house." But I don't know if that's that.
see,
I don't know.
the other commentaries were saying, and that's why we went over to Chronicles. The other commentaries were saying that this is a verse that doesn't give all of the details, and the
Okay.
complete details. They seemed to be saying that the complete details were in Chronicles, and that's why I went over there. But
It didn't seem like that to me when I read it, but I guess I'm just the reason these things interest me is because like we mentioned in our last one, you said there's always a spiritual significance behind them, and so that's why like interested in them, because I'm like, I don't even know what's going on here. Why it just mentioned lame in the blind, and then even after that, how David has that. It talks like, I think it might be directly after that where it talks about Saul's son who's lame. No, it's later. It's not directly after that. Then they bring the ark in. Just check an eye on Mephibosheth. I don't know how you say his name, but it's
yeah.
Saul's son who's lame in his feet. And then David wants to show him kindness, so he brings him into his house to eat at his table. And it's just weird that it's like that you have this verse where it's saying David hates the lame and the blind, whether they're statues or whatever. It's just like, and then shortly after that, David is showing kindness to a lame son of Saul. And then I don't know. It just seems odd to me, and I'm not sure what to make of it.
The thing is, you studied Nevi'im and Ketuvim so much more than I have. Like you know your prophets and writings like so much better than I do. That like you ask these questions and I have no idea.
Sorry. Oh, I'm sorry. I don't know that I know it better than you. I don't know what I'm. I guess it's.
You know what would be really interesting?
What?
You know who might know this stuff the best? Nehama.
We should get her in here. What's she doing? She lives in Israel too, though. She's probably sleeping.
She does. It's 4 a.m. there as well. Yeah. So it's
Well,
5 a.m. now. But so in Beis Yaakov, because they're not allowed to study Talmud, the girls spend a lot more time studying prophets and writings than the boys do.
Oh,
So
okay.
she
Yeah,
might actually know this stuff like even better than Chazi does.
Ooh, that'd be interesting. Yeah, we should definitely ask her some of these. I should just store up all these questions, and then in February we can just go over there and then just drop them on her.
Well,
Answer all these.
In Jerusalem, if you have questions like this, we could walk into a Beit Midrash and actually ask a real Meshiv, and they'll actually know all this stuff. Yeah.
Really? Huh. Yeah, I don't know. This is yeah, I don't know why this stuff just really intrigues me a lot. I guess just because yeah, I'm just really curious about the.
No, they're great questions, but like they're the types of questions you ask somebody who's actually studied this stuff in depth, not a putz like me.
You know your Bible very well.
Not
better than
not prophets and writings, not the way you do.
I don't even know why you think I know them so well. I feel like I don't, but I don't know.
No, you.
I need to read them
Okay,
more.
stop it. I am not a fan of this silly false humility.
Well, I can't go around quoting them like you're talking about all these other people that can quote all this all these scriptures. I mean, maybe it's because sometimes they'll come to me like if I try to think of them, sometimes I can't even think of scripture verses, but then they'll just kind of like come back to my memory or something sometimes. But I definitely, I don't know.
The fact
I
is,
can't recite them.
So, Clown is asking an actual question, and the
Let's
fact
do it.
is, the study of prophets and writings in yeshivas, especially boys' yeshivas, are famously lax and bad. And that's partially why I think Nechama would know the answers to this stuff better than the boys would.
That's really interesting. Why is that? Why do they have that difference in study?
Well, girls aren't allowed to in many places. Girls are not really allowed to study Talmud. Like there are no Talmud classes at Beit Yaakov where Nehama went. So
What?
why is that?
Yeah, is there a reason, or they just kind of decided
The Talmud. So there's this place in the Talmud that says a man who teaches his daughter Torah is wasting her time.
Okay, but the Torah is the first 5 books, right?
Well, so what does it mean when it says that? It obviously doesn't mean like if he teaches her anything. So the interpretation, yes, I know, and yes, I mean Frogwith's thing hasn't come. Yes, Rashi's daughters knew tons of Torah. They were his secretaries. They helped him with his commentaries. What exactly it means is controversial. And frankly, within Chabad, girls even learned some Talmud. But the fact is that ultimately, Talmud study is mostly for boys. Even in the places that allow girls to study some Talmud. And because of feminism, it's kind of controversial to teach girls Talmud because then suddenly you end up talking about ordaining women and yeah.
Huh. Well, we don't have to go down that rabbit hole if you don't want. It kind of the idea kind of makes sense to me if I'm thinking about what Mathieu Pajot was talking about, where what is it? The masculine has the answer. Like if you divide it that way, masculine has the answer and the feminine asks the question. Jonathan Pajot talks about that too. Like the feminine presents the question or the quest or something like that. So where the girls would be there not so much to learn, but to ask the question or something like that, or to question the law. Does that even make sense what I'm saying? Probably not.
I have to think about it.
I'm not sure. I'm not saying I'm not sure if that's right. It just kind of might make sense if that's the way.
Okay, Clown of Babylon, stop trolling.
He's trolling?
Kind of, yes. This is a famous controversy with feminists who insist that Rashi's daughters wore tefillin, and they may have, but it doesn't matter. Yeah. Gender issues.
Sounds like Paul. My sisters aren't too big of fans of Paul. At least not my younger ones. They're like, Paul wasn't. There's a few places where there was one I was reading the other day. He basically tells women to sit down and shut up. He doesn't.
Well,
really.
that's not actually considered an authentic letter of Paul, though.
Yeah. Is it the one to Timothy? Is that the one? I can't remember exactly.
2 Timothy, I think, is where
he says for them to sit and keep silent. or something
Yeah,
like
women
that.
should not speak in church, and academics pretty much believe that that's a forgery. It wasn't written by Paul.
I don't hear many sermons on that passage. I'm sure there are some, but they probably don't go over too well. I don't know. I still don't know what to do with stuff like that either. But yeah,
I
controversial
know.
stuff,
Just
I
throw
guess.
out all of Paul, and you don't have to worry about it.
There you go. There you go. That's an answer. That's an option. Well, where did you have anything you want to talk about? I mean, I could look at some more of these questions. I don't know. I don't know if I really answered that last one for me. We just need Nahama, right?
Yes, silly
Okay.
rabbi. Torah is for boys.
So here's another question. Maybe sorry if you can't answer this one either, but what's going on with the sandals in I don't understand. It's one thing that's hard for my head to grasp, I guess, what the symbolism is with sandals, because I've heard Jonathan Peugeot mention it, and it kind of makes sense to me, but then you have the passage. The reason I'm asking is because the passage in Ruth, where they have that tradition of removing someone's sandal.
Chalipim, yeah.
Yeah, what was that about? Why was that done? Like, it just is a weird
So
tradition there.
one of the ways of one of the traditional ways of sealing a deal was to switch sandals.
Switch
Um,
sandals. Okay.
yeah, so kind of it was kind of like shaking on a deal,
Okay.
but yeah, they would do
Okay.
chalipim. That's called
I think so.
chalipim. Yeah,
We
and
so like we kind of use that term like a walk in someone else's shoes or something like that sort of thing.
like
No,
what?
was I wrong? Like,
Like
yeah, have you heard that phrase before? Like, you got to walk in someone else's shoes, like walk a
oh,
mile in their shoes or something like that.
huh. That's an interesting way of putting it, but yeah, I mean, shoe ceremonies were much were I mean in ancient Jewish culture, ancient Hebrew and Near Eastern culture, like shoe ceremonies were actual things, whereas like we don't really do that anymore. You may have noticed.
Yeah, I've never done that. I've never done a shoe ceremony. Yeah,
It's
that's
the
why.
same
Maybe that's why
with
it's foreign to me.
it's the same thing with levirate marriage. Like if you refuse if your brother marries and he dies before his wife has children, you have an obligation to marry his widow.
Yeah,
And if you refuse, um,
she
she
gets to spit in your
takes
face.
well. She first you take first she takes your shoe off.
Okay, let me find where that is. I know that somewhere. Is it in Deuteronomy? It's probably in Deuteronomy. See, girls should jump on that verse. That's a good one. Yeah, it's
Um,
Deuteronomy 25. Let's see. I'll start at verse 8. Let me start here. But if the man does not want to take his brother's wife, and let his brother's wife go up to the gate to the elders and say, my husband's brother refuses to raise up a name to his brother in Israel, he will not perform the duty of my husband's brother. Then the elders of the city shall call him and speak to him. But if he stands firm and says, I do not want to take her, then his brother's wife shall come to him in the presence of the elders, remove his sandal from his foot, spit in his face, and answer and say, So shall it be done to the man who will not build up his brother's house. And his name shall be called Israel, the house of him who had his sandal removed.
See?
Yeah, so I guess I am kind of, so there's shoe ceremonies, but I just, maybe it's because we don't have them here that I don't really understand what they symbolize or the meaning behind them or the
So
spiritual significance, I guess.
Kabbalistically, shoes represent materiality and as opposed to the spiritual.
Okay.
And that's why we don't wear shoes on the Day of Atonement.
Okay, I didn't know that. They told me you don't wear shoes. Maybe I have heard that somewhere. Okay, so then why? So I'm trying to tie that together to this then. The one who has his shame removed. So the one who has his materiality removed or something? Like, how does that? How do those connect?
Yeah, I mean, if you think about it symbolically, he's refusing to engage in having children, his brother's children, and basically bringing the kingdom of heaven into earth, right?
Okay. Okay. Okay, yeah, that makes sense. I think. All right. Okay, so here's a
Yeah, so
question.
think of sandals as bringing things down to earth.
Coming down and then that's where it meets the earth, I guess, right? Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. So that makes sense in my head. I can think of it that way. All right. One more question, then we can do whatever. I'll ask you this one. I might have someone here, but there's okay. So this one I was just wondering if there's a connection between the midwives and Moses and Aaron, because you have two midwives, and they're delivering these children of Israel while they're
Right. So Jewish tradition says that the midwives were actually Moses' mother and Miriam.
Whoa! Wait, say more about that. I've never heard this before. That's interesting.
Yeah, that's what Dennis
But
Prager was referring to when he said in the Exodus thing that Jewish tradition doesn't agree with him because he believes that they were Egyptian midwives, and
oh,
um,
but they're not Egyptian names.
well,
I mean,
actually, so I think what Rashi says. Where is that?
Exodus 1 verse 15.
Exodus 1:15.
I mean, it says their names too, and it doesn't say Miriam, so that's kind of interesting.
Well, yeah, but that was actually. So let's see what Rashi says.
A secret. It's a secret.
So here, Shifra, this was Yocheved, that's his mother. She bore this additional name because she used to put the babe after its birth into good physical condition, Meshaferet, by the care she bestowed it. Apparently, this is from Sota 11b. Pua, this was Miriam, and she bore the additional name because she used to call aloud and speak and croon to the baby, just as women do who soothe a child when it is crying.
Oh, that's nice. That reminds me of the Noah movie. Have you seen that with Russell Crowe?
No.
Oh my goodness. What? I would love to hear your take on that movie. You should watch it.
What was the name of it again?
There's Noah with Russell Crowe.
Oh, I did not watch it. But I generally don't watch anything that was made after the year 2000 because this millennium has been ruined by the woke already.
You gotta watch these movies, man. I'd love to hear your commentary on them. I actually like Noah. I thought it was good. I don't know how. I didn't really for the Exodus one with Christian Bale. But I still wouldn't mind hearing what you have to say about it though, because there's some things in it that are just kind of weird, and I don't know if they come from different Jewish traditions or commentaries, maybe. Because in the Exodus one, I think God appears to him as a child or something like that, which was interesting. He's like a little angry boy, if I remember right. Anyway, in the Noah movie, there's a part where she tries to get she tries to get these babies to stop crying. That's why it reminded me of that when you read the Pua thing about Miriam.
Yeah.
But where does that come from? So is that just how? I mean, how do they have record of that?
The Talmud says in Sota, where was it? Sota.
Okay.
11b. We can go take a look. Sota 11b. Sota. Okay, so it is taught in a Braita according to the one who says that they were a woman and her daughter, because it is taught in a Braita. With regard to Shifra, who is referred to in the verse, this is really a reference to Yocheved. And why was she called Shifra? Because she would prepare Mishaperet, the newborn. Alternatively, she is referred to Shifra because the Jewish people increased and multiplied, Sheparu v'rabu, in her days due to her assistance. The Braita continues, with regard to Pua, this is referred to in the verse. This is really a reference to Miriam. And why was she called Pua? Because she would make a comforting sound, Poa, as she would remove the child from the womb of the mother. Alternatively, the word Pua is related to one of the verbs that describe speaking, as she would speak Poa through divine inspiration and say, in the future, my mother will give birth to a son who will save the Jewish people. So it's a Braita, and a Braita is a Tanaitic statement that was not included in the Mishnah.
Okay. Huh.
So it's just an ancient Jewish tradition that's referred to in the Talmud.
Okay. I mean, I like it. That sounds good to me. You know, practically, if I'm being practical, I would say it doesn't really make that much sense, because it's almost like they're putting a target on their backs before she goes and hides Moses. Story-wise, I think it's pretty cool. So I could see maybe Dennis Prager would not be on board with that, because he seems like more of a guy.
He, he's kind of non-denominational, and he has somewhat of an Orthodox background, but he's not like an Orthodox Jew.
I don't even keep up with him enough. I didn't even know he was Jewish, to be honest. I had no idea. I don't really follow him very much. I just see him here and there on like little things, so then I haven't really taken too much.
He's a very Protestant Jew like me.
Okay.
Yeah.
So Shipra, I was looking at this on the Blue Letter Bible thing too. Shipra means, it says fair, but then it also says brightness and beauty. That's what it means. Huh.
Yeah, the roots Shin Pei Resh means to improve, to make beautiful.
And so I got Pua.
I think I have a cousin named Shifra.
Oh.
It's a common Jewish name.
You think? I'm not sure. Speaking of cousins, my cousin
Do you know
John
how many
should get in
cousins
here.
I have?
How many?
Hundreds.
What?
I mean,
okay.
Not
first cousins, or are you talking about second cousins?
No, I'm talking
okay.
Second and third cousins.
Yeah, I don't know how many I have. I don't even know how to count second and third cousins really. That's like because second cousins are what your it would be your like your father's
Second
brother.
cousins can
No,
be
not
all
paternal.
kinds of things. Like
It could be your
anybody descended of your grandparents or grandparents can be called cousins.
okay. So I don't know how many I would have. I probably don't have hundreds though. But I'm texting my dad right now because you reminded me of something.
Chazi's here.
Hey, good morning, Hezzy. We could have used you earlier with all my weird questions. So my dad has a cousin that I can't remember. I was asking him right now, but he basically I think invented his. I don't know if it's his own religion, but I clicked on one of his YouTube videos and apparently he knows Hebrew, or at least seems like he does. I need to figure out what it's called again. I texted my dad. Maybe he'll see it and text me back. I'm trying to remember his name. He named it after his own name, so it was kind of a little strange. But
I named
maybe
my channel after my own name.
No, but you didn't name a religion after your own name.
Oh, hold on. Your cousin has a religion? Who has a religion?
My dad's cousin. So I guess that makes him my second cousin.
Yeah. He started a religion?
Yeah, I need to find it because I'm trying to find my watch history because I clicked on it and clicked on so many things since then. Let's see. Oh no, I don't think it has it back that far. How do I? Oh wait, maybe it's still going.
He's so much more accomplished than I am.
Oh, there it is. Ericology. I'm going to copy this. I'll put it in the chat here. So this is my dad's cousin, and I need to listen to his videos. I haven't actually listened to him yet, but I clicked on it, and I think he was speaking. He's going through the Hebrew at the beginning of it, and he's got some Hebrew letters behind him. So I'm assuming he knows Hebrew, but his religion is called Ericology after his name, Eric. So you're welcome to play some of it if you want. I don't mind at all. I don't know what he says in it, but
neither do I. Which
means
it might not be a good idea just to play his Ericology.
He was a Christian because I know his mom was
college project. That's way too loud.
That's very loud.
Yeah.
Is that him? I mean, I'm sure he's not going to swear or anything. I talked to his mom actually. My aunt Mary, my grandmother's sister. I had a conversation with her that I posted on my podcast. Gosh, when was it? I can't remember. It was either the beginning of last year or the year before, and then shortly after that, nobody told me until like 6 months later. I was like, and then my mom said, "Oh yeah, when your Aunt Mary died," and I was like, "What? I had no idea she was dead." So like, I had no idea. It was really, really kind of sad. But this is her son apparently, and my Aunt Mary was a pretty, I don't know what you call it. I guess she was very kind of a hardline Christian. I guess I don't know a better way to say it. There's better ways to say it. I'm not saying it right. So I don't think she agreed with Ericology, her son's religion, but I haven't really watched most of it.
Okay, let's try this.
Recording. Eric Bissell, his Ericology, his website, several websites have his material. Eric, introduce yourself. Let us know what this Paleo Hebrew stuff is all about, the depth and the full meaning. Just give some insight on it.
Well, to start off with the word paleo, it's an English word, a Greek word, kind of Latin word, which just means old, ancient. But in Hebrew, the phonetical soundbite of the word pele means wonderful, marvelous. It's like a hidden mystery that's so wonderful it's hard to even put into words. It's just something astounding that you just look at like, wow, that's paleo. There's a Hebrew phrase, oseh fele, which means look at the wonderful things that he has done. Hasn't he done wonderful, marvelous things? That's oseh fele. So this word Ericology also is a play on words. The word Eric as a soundbite in Hebrew, there's 5 different Hebrew words that are pronounced Eric, but the main one is ayin resh kaf. Now, my name happens to be Eric, but the word Eric as in Ericology, ayin resh kaf, means to appraise, to assess, to evaluate.
Erech. That's not Eric, but Erech.
To edit or organize something, putting
Yeah, this is with a Chaf.
it, as it were, in columns and rows, to what an accountant would do on a ledger to a bunch of numbers. You categorize them, catalog, establish a registry or archives where you put information, like in a library, where you put different subject matters in different places, or you might even.
You've made a chart to that respect.
Actually, the amazing thing is the chart looks just
like you
exactly
described.
what the word Ayin Resh Kof actually means.
I'll actually link that to this video so people can see what we're talking about there.
Well, if you look at the word Ayin Resh Kof in Brown Driver Briggs, or Strong's Concordance, or Ernest Klein's Etymological Dictionary, or there's Rabbi Hirsch's Etymological Dictionary, or there's probably other ones you can like. In fact, just even go online and you can look at a Hebrew word search for Ayin Resh Kof. You'll see that it all fits. What it means is taking something that was, you might say, unregarded, and putting it into a format where you can appreciate or give importance to the information that was otherwise so scrambled you couldn't determine why you should even regard it. So an archaeologist, for example, in Los Angeles, there's these La Brea tar pits. An archaeologist will go there and find a big jumble of bones, and you can say, well, that's an interesting thing in and of itself. But if they go there and unravel the cluster of bones and say, oh, this is this animal, this is this animal, and now they've put those bones together to show you which animals actually fell into the tar pits. This business of going back to the ancient language, which just looked like a scramble of pictures without any regard, and showing you that each letter is actually a pictogram or a logogram of individual concepts, you can then see that a word is not just a soundbite of a word. For example, the word Torah. It's translated law. And people say, oh, we're not under the law anymore. We're under the dispensation of grace, or we're under the law of love. But what is this word Torah? The picture that's illustrated by the letters. Well, first of all, you have 4 letters. Tav, Vav, Resh, Hey. Simply speaking, Vav Resh, or some people say Wa Resh, is the word or, which means light.
What are you gonna you come? I don't know any of this stuff, so I is he right? Is he wrong?
No, he's an idiot.
Oh, he's my relative.
He was doing so well. He was doing so well until he started saying that the roots of Torah is Vav Resh, which is light. Light is Aleph Vav Resh, and Torah is Hey Vav Resh. Well, actually, Hey Resh Hey, probably I would say. What is the roots? The root of Torah is Hey Resh Hey, right? Right, Chazi?
I don't know, but Hezi does have a really good point here.
Yeah.
If it doesn't have a
have a story over which
not worth it. I agree.
Yeah. Yeah. So
Well, you should get Eric on your channel and interview him.
I should.
I think that would be interesting. Yeah. You could set him
that
straight.
probably would be interesting. Yes.
I've never actually spoken to him, and I'm related to him apparently. So you know.
You should have him on your channel, and I'll come too.
Okay, all right, yeah, I could do that because I could have him on. I just don't know if I'd be able. I could probably understand what he's saying, but I just wouldn't know if it's right or wrong. You know, like he'd probably tell me all this stuff, and I'd be like, oh yeah, that's great because I don't. What the he means.
I mean, he was doing well until like it was like, but once he started like doing Torah Vav Resh is or, it's like, okay, you have no idea how Hebrew works. So
Yeah.
now Chazi is giving us a different.
John Bell, you should get in here, man. That's my cousin. Except he might be working, might not be able to join, but.
Let's see what this is. Chazi. The mystical secrets of the Hebrew alphabet. Yeah.
Wait, is that what is Hezi confirming him? Is he right?
No,
What?
no.
Okay.
Chezi's just it's so John is your cousin.
Yeah. The next
So
time.
is this
I was
gonna
trying to-
become
It's gonna be what? Sorry.
the Schweitzer family hour?
I don't know. I was trying to. We hadn't spoken in a while. I was gonna try to catch up with him sometime, but I told him we were doing this tonight, and I think he said he was working, so said he was gonna tune in. He was working, so.
So Fraudwith did the work. Yeah, Yud Resh Hey. Yeah, that makes sense. What was I saying? Hey Resh Hey. Yeah, Yud Resh. Yeah, Yud Resh Hey is right. Yeah.
So he said his name Eric it was in Hebrew or something like that. He was making a play on Hebrew.
Yeah, he was trying to say that the root ayin resh chaf or kaf is Eric. I mean, I should have guessed from there he doesn't really know Hebrew because like arich means to arrange.
Okay.
Erich means to.
So what is? I'm curious.
Yes.
What is my name in Hebrew? What does my name mean in Hebrew? Is it not there?
Jason?
Yeah.
There's no J sound in biblical Hebrew.
It
I
has
guess
to be a Y, wouldn't it?
Yason. Oh wow, that would be horrible.
What does it mean? Tell me. I have to know.
Hey Sherry.
Hey Sherry.
I believe ason means like tragedy, doesn't it?
That makes sense. Oh my gosh. Oh man.
Yeah.
What does Sherry
Lahora.
mean?
Sherry.
Is that in Hebrew?
Well,
What's that
in
mean?
Aramaic, it means to loosen, as in to unbind.
Oh, how nice.
And in Hebrew, so Sherry. I mean,
Jason would be the perfect emo name, though. Exactly. That's why it fits me so well. I'm always sad.
do I have that correct, Chazi? Ason is a tragedy.
All right, I have to ask this one. What does Mitch mean in Hebrew?
Mitch. There's no there's no
Of course.
natural ch sound in Hebrew.
Oh, so he's just screwed then. Trying to think of what Mitch. Hmm.
I mean, I guess you could spell it mem tough shin, mem yud tough shin, but that doesn't mean anything that I know of.
Okay.
Oh,
So
her name is
excellent.
actually Sharon.
Oh, so like the Rose of Sharon.
Yeah, Sharon means song, I think.
Sharon. Oh, Michael. Is that kind of like Mitch? I don't know. Is it Mitch?
Oh,
Mitch
so I'm not
Mitch?
right. Ason. I'm not right about Ason. I thought Ason meant. What is
I was
Ason?
kind of hoping you were.
And Cherry,
Oh, yeah.
that time works fine.
Yeah, okay. So Mitchell, I guess, is a form. It came from the name Michael. Oh.
Yeah. And Michael, I think they translated Michael as like Hammer of God, Makael.
Oh,
Something.
okay.
Let's see. What does Rabbi Google say? What does Michael mean?
All right. Did we figure out
Who
if
is
my name
like God? Mikael.
was like God? Okay. Well, I'll tell Mitch that it's just like the Lord. So did we find out if my name means tragedy or not? Because he said he's not right.
Chezi, well, if Chezi says I'm not right, I mean, Chezi knows Hebrew. I don't.
I don't know what he was referring to though, because he might have been referring to that or maybe something else. But
Let me see. Asun.
this is fun. I like playing this game. We need some more names. Let's think of other people.
Yeah, Asun means disaster.
Oh, even better.
So
Just do mine.
Yason could mean there will be a disaster.
Okay. So who's Intrepidus Ducks? Oh,
Oh, Tiffany, she's new here.
Oh.
She's Baha'i actually.
she what?
She is Baha'i.
What is that?
It is a religion that claims to be the successor to Islam.
Oh, okay. Is she gonna join us? You should get in here. What does her name mean in Hebrew? Tiffany.
Tiffany is not a Hebrew name. Tiffany.
Well, we gotta figure it. We gotta find it, like we did Mitchell. Is it or like
Well,
Eric did? What sounds like Tiffany?
Tiffany means
There we go. That sounds
she
just
will
like it.
turn. She will turn towards.
It's a white girl name. It is.
That's Ason. Jason means healer. Yeah, but isn't
Yeah.
that in like Greek?
I think that's in Greek. Yeah, yeah. So it means healer and disaster. Well, that's great.
Yeah, it's a Greek word meaning healer.
Just like the Lord, I wound and I heal.
Just like the Lord.
Yeah. What does Hezi mean?
Chezi is short for Yechezkel, and the root is Jose, which means to see.
Okay, to see, and that's
Yeah.
from Yehezkel, like Ezekiel, right?
Yeah,
Okay,
yeah.
that's cool.
Yechezkel. So.
That's one of my favorite books, man. I love books.
Oh, actually, no. Yechezkel. The root is Chazak, which means strength. I think.
Okay.
But Chezi. So I told Chezi he should name his channel Chizayon, which means vision. But
She should
Roman
join us.
says, "Oh, whoa! Regarding the shoe thing, reminds me of how in the play Adam and Eve don't wear shoes until after the fall. That is actually a Jewish thing. I'll join if you want to, but I don't know Hebrew. All I know is Kuwaiti Arabs said my name sounded like the word for spit.
She can join. I don't know Hebrew either, so what am I doing here in a Hebrew Bible study?
You're welcome to join us if you would like, Tiffany." Hold on, Tiffany is one of your favorite people. How long have you known Tiffany? Like, we met Tiffany, what, a couple of days ago? Sherry, how do you know Tiffany?
They go back. Those white girls with their white girl names.
Over the past 2 days, you've like made friends with Tiffany?
They're
Like,
best friends. Just like my
when-
shirt.
When was Tiffany on my channel for the first time? Like, it was like 2 days ago, wasn't it? It was like Sunday?
What? She's her neighbor?
Wrong Tiffany, Sherry. You're not looking at... Tiffany is on Twitch.
Oh wait, she's the one that joined
Was
the
it-
one you did this morning or yesterday?
No, it was like Saturday
Oh.
night, or maybe it was Sunday. Oh, see, you're
Think I
confusing
watched
us, Sherry. According to the Kabbalah, Sharon means a soul connection to Israel. It's prosperity and fruitfulness.
Tiffany's the girl that said she was
Oh.
just browsing around Twitch, right?
So apparently, Sherry has a Baha'i neighbor named Tiffany.
What? Oh. Okay. No, she wouldn't ruin it. We've been going for a while anyway, so
You can't
I'm all out of
ruin our
questions.
Bible study. It's impossible to ruin our Bible study.
I know, and I ran out of questions now. Well, actually, I do have a few more, but we don't have to get into them. I'll save them for next time. But
Although the funny thing is, I kind of believed that that Sherry and Chezi, Sherry and Tiffany, like got to know each other because actually, Sherry, I think you would find Tiffany's story pretty interesting. Oh, her neighbor's name is Chelsea, but her neighbor is Baha'i. But I think you and Tiffany actually should talk to each other. You guys,
Okay.
I think you would like each other.
is this the Tiffany that was saying she like makes weapons and stuff in her house?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah. That was pretty badass. Oh, sorry, I shouldn't say that in the Hebrew Bible study.
How dare you?
That was so cool.
Actually, no. So Sherry lives in Kanakistan. Okay, the two of you need to like talk to each other because you're confusing all of us with your stuff, with your
Just
relationships.
both of them. They should just both join right here.
They should, but Sherry is like, yeah.
Click the link. I'm gonna put the link in there again, and then they'll have to do it. Paste. There. Then Sherry can join, and then they can meet each other and become best friends and neighbors. So what is the how do you say it again? Baha'i?
Yeah.
Baha'i?
Well, that's
that
the
exactly?
English way of saying it. Yes.
I'm curious to what it is. Hey, it's nice to meet you,
Hello.
Tiffany.
Nice to meet you. I'm going to make this big so I don't have to deal with all the white background of Yardstream. I wish they had a dark mode.
Yeah.
So, do you want to explain to Jason what Baha'i faith is?
Yeah, so there's a prophet that was in Iran, and he was saying, I'm the newest messenger of God. And that all the other religions still count. So it's a concept called progressive revelation, that God sends down a messenger based on humanity's needs in that time. And he goes by Baha'u'llah. That wasn't his real name, but that's what we refer to him as. Baha'u'llah came down, and he's the newest. Is our idea. However, you don't disregard any other faith. Everybody else has a place. All the faiths matter in some way. But if there's something in your religion that you're questioning that doesn't really make sense based on modern science, you're allowed to, one, either disregard it or take it as like a abstract concept for a story. Take it for what the meaning was meant as. And so there's like a lot of ideas like that.
Oh, okay.
It's kind of new agey, just a tiny bit.
It is, although the Baha'is I know are very they're liberals, yet they're conservative. So there's still no sex before marriage idea, which I'm curious if anybody actually follows that. Good luck getting them to confess. And then they don't support gay people. So they say like don't outcast them, but like if you're gay and you're a Baha'i and the community finds out, they could potentially like take away your voting rights.
So what is the
Similarly, if you
community?
live with someone you're not married to, you can no longer vote.
So there's like a whole community. So do you guys like meet up as like how does
So there's
what's your practices?
every 19 days there's a feast, and it's a spiritual feast. Sometimes there's real food there, but you pray, you talk. Every 19 days, there's a different theme that you're praying on. I've helped design some of them, although the ones I designed were too modern for some of the older people. Sadly, the Baha'i community in my city is mainly retirees. So I'm not super active. And I was telling Jacob last time that I wasn't raised religious. So it's kind of hard for me to be really consistent anyway, although the community holds a lot of value to me. And I am friends with a lot of Baha'is.
I have a lot of Baha'i family. So my maternal grandmother, she was the only member of her family who didn't convert.
Okay.
Yeah, her parents converted with all of her younger siblings.
Okay.
So that entire side of my family is Baha'i.
Wow. Huh.
So there are some people from Persia who are here who I did have get to try some Persian food, and I was like, man, I need to learn how to cook this stuff. Like,
Oh, I can
Was
give
it-
you some easy recipes for stuff.
yeah, are you
Persian
gonna
food,
teach me how to make what's it called, tadik?
Taddy, yeah. If you're doing like the hard way, Persian food can be really, really difficult. And if you ask for recipes from like any of the old ladies, they'll give you all the really difficult ways of making really difficult Persian food that you'll always mess up anyway because it's so difficult. And
Those all day things. Huh?
I know all the cheaty ways of like making things that taste okay, but like they're not exactly how things should be. And so, yeah, I know how to cheat Persian food.
Oh.
Um,
Yeah. I mean, that would be a good way to get started, I think, because I think anytime I've tried to make that special rice, I've messed it up for sure.
Oh yeah, if they tell you to rinse the rice, it's like and steam it, it's like, oh come on. I never do that.
Yeah, I cook a lot of Asian food growing up in Japan for like all of elementary school, and I'm like rice cooker. I'm not. I just
So-
buy clean rice. Don't buy dirty rice.
No. So Persian rice, if it's done well, is each grain is supposed to be separate. They're not supposed to stick together.
Oh, so no sticky rice like I'm used to.
Yeah, if and that's why they rinse it and they steam it. So each one is supposed to be whole and like they get the long grain rice, and if you do it properly, like you don't even break the rice grains, and like yeah, and it's
That's
like
too much work. What is it, basmati or something? No,
yeah,
because it's
yeah.
It is okay.
yeah, and it's way too much work. The way I make it is a lot easier, and it tastes
Gotta eat, man.
similar.
I
It
mean-
just doesn't look. It just doesn't look all individual rice kernels.
Well, I do remember though. A chick that was out here. Her name was Nosheen, and she did rinse it, and I was like, "Why are you rinsing it?" And she didn't say that though. She was like, "Oh, the starch," and I'm like,
Yeah, they take the starch out so that they don't stick together.
"Oh, is that what it is?" I thought it was like a health concern. I'm like, "Why?"
Well, it's just properly presented Persian food. Like if you go to a Persian restaurant, yes, you will notice. I mean, if you look, especially if it's a nice Persian restaurant, each grain of rice is separate. They do not.
It's messier to eat that way though.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. I'd rather have it
So-
sticky, I think.
Yeah,
That's
the
the
whole reason the Japanese make sticky rice is you can just shovel it.
right, and that's why when I came to the United States and I saw people eating rice with a spoon, I mean with a fork, I was like, how do you even do that? Like we ate rice with a spoon in Iran.
Ah, wow. What
Okay.
age did you come over here?
I was 7.
Oh, okay. You're really little. Wow. So you're like only a year younger than my son is, my youngest. Wow. It's good for your brain though. Probably made you smarter. Honestly, I feel like going to different countries when you're young is good for you, even if it's really hard.
Well, neuroplasticity is a thing, but yeah.
I have a question.
Yes.
Are you drinking what it was you poured out of that pot behind you?
Oh,
What is
yeah.
that?
So I'm like being weird and not explaining. This is my Kava Tanoa. This is a Fijian Tanoa. I don't drink alcohol. Very, very rarely do I ever drink alcohol anymore. And really, it goes with the Baha'i faith. And anyway, you're not supposed to drink.
Yeah.
It's like kava from Fiji or Vanuatu, and it doesn't. You can have a little euphoria and not have your judgment changed. And it's a muscle relaxer, so it helps me with back pain. Let's see.
Your channel is Kava root centered, right?
It is right now, yeah. Just because I don't have the equipment to show the blade stuff I do right now. But yeah, it's mostly Kava circles. And actually, tomorrow I'm going to have on a guy who's a data scientist from Yale and talk to him. And he comes to Kava circles in a different part of the internet. And I was like, do you want to come on my channel? He said, yes. And then day after that, and a French guy in Vanuatu, his name is Alex, he's coming to talk about how he exports Kava.
So my cousin who is Baha'i, she's married to this really religious Baha'i guy who like
that could be like a tag, Baha'i guy.
Yeah. So he's like the executive director of some anti-marijuana legalization organization and like this huge campaigner against marijuana and pot. Yeah.
Paola said you can engage if it's needed for medical use. I believe in harm reduction, but I'm biased because, as I told you, my friend who introduced me to Kava, and we're into supplements together, and we share. Yeah, he and I worked at a rehab together, and he was a substance abuse counselor for a long time, and I would rather someone do harm reduction than die. You know, if marijuana is a harm reduction technique for something worse or whatever, then do it. Although I will say marijuana isn't always good for everyone. I've met some people who I'm like, you need to chill on that. Like, you're annoying. You're not with it. Like, you know, that you can't connect with them because they're just not in the same reality. But I don't know. What do you guys think?
I think I told you my standard is if it's less harmful than alcohol, I think it should be legal. And very, very, very few things are more harmful than alcohol. Alcohol is like a heinous drug.
It really is. I mean, yeah, I think I share with you. I've had some people, family members who have died from it. Family members who are still being affected.
Yeah, and I drink, so who am I to judge people who like smoke stuff?
I drank until I found Kava. Kava has a really mysterious thing where it does something where it makes you not want alcohol. Because I was drinking daily because my back pain was so bad. And I tried tried Kava and was like, hey, I don't feel as crappy. And I'm not having hangovers. And I'm getting what I was looking for from all that beer I was drinking. So maybe I'll just do this for a while. And then after a month, I was like, oh, I feel way better. But it took a month for all the benefits to really be apparent. I was surprised it took so long.
Is that a cat or a dog on that chair?
Say that again?
Is that a cat or a dog on that chair?
That's a kitty. That's Marco. I'm still waiting on your ghost cat to materialize here.
Well, it's not going to materialize until after I get back from my road trip north.
Oh,
You have a
so
ghost cat?
responsible.
What?
I don't know if I got this far in the conversation. I remember you talking about the appendicitis because the back pain. You didn't notice the appendicitis, but I don't know if I might have had to turn it off or I got home or something. So, did you guys talk about some ghost that I'm
No.
unfamiliar with? What's
So
going on
she
here?
means, by ghost cat, she means the fact that I have a cat tree, but I don't have a cat yet.
Why do you have a cat tree?
Because I'm anticipating getting a cat and I wanted to be prepared.
Isn't that cute? He's like got it way ahead of time. I think it's adorable.
I also got toys and a litter box. I was researching what you need for a cat.
That's good.
I think it's endearing. If only all pet owners were so responsible and had the stuff way before the pet.
Well, I mean,
So,
you
are you
have to
locked
have
in
the
now?
house ready. You have to have the house ready before you bring the cat home.
That's very nice. Yeah.
This
So,
is
but
true.
now are you locked in? Like, what if you decide not to get a cat? Are you pretty sold? You're sold on the idea?
Well, I decided I'm going to get a cat when I get
Okay.
back from my road trip.
But
But
If all else fails, a ferret will suffice, I guess. For that cat.
Tim says Jacob scratches it when he's stressed. But one thing people really don't think of, like, so when I got getting a dog wasn't very expensive, but like the amount of money I spend on my dog, like just the dog food is like $50 a month, right?
Yeah.
And then
That's a lot.
toys and all kinds of stuff, right? So
Yep.
it's not like animals are cheap. And what was that, like $70? And it's like, as opposed to bringing the poor cat home and then.
Yeah.
And also, I was told that like cats, when they first get to their new place, like to hide. And I was like, well, if I don't give him a place to hide, then he's gonna go find a place to hide. And I was like, I need to figure this out. And I'm thinking that's a perfect place for him to hide.
Yeah, he'll love it. He'll love it. My before I moved in here in October, I had a cat tree, and my cat was taking flying leaps at it, like just ninja.
Yeah,
But,
that's the
I
thing.
threw
I
it
have
away
like
because it looked
bookcases
bad.
and stuff. I'm guessing. I don't know. Like, how high do cats jump?
Well, I think the longest extension you need is like maybe 48 to 72 inches is what I normally aim for. So it's probably tall enough. Like that lower one that has the thing that goes all the way down. The only thing
Yeah.
that stinks is that over time, as they're scratching, it looks more and more not
Ratty.
Yeah, that's why I threw mine away, but then I didn't get another one fast enough. I wasn't as responsible. So now the cat has destroyed some chairs. So hello, Sherry.
Hey, Shay.
Sherry, Tiffany, Sherry.
Hi, Tiffany. I'm not sure if. Huh?
You cut out there for a second. You said I'm not sure, and then we didn't hear you.
Yeah, I'm not sure if my internet's gonna allow me to be in here, but I'll see how it goes.
Seems good right now.
Good.
Yeah. We're
Good.
just talking cat that he hasn't gotten yet. But
Cat.
are you getting a kitten or a cat?
I don't like. Ever since I had my experience with my puppy Chance, I don't like getting puppies, and so I think I'm not going to get a kitten, because even though I worked really hard to socialize Chance correctly, like she turned 2 and she turned into a complete and I couldn't take her to the dog park anymore, and I had introduced her. I had taken her to the dog park, from getting her at 4 months until she was 2, right? And so all the dogs she knew at the dog park, which was a lot of them, she was friends with. But any new dog came to the dog park, she would get into a fight. So I couldn't take her to the dog park anymore. And then she became even more ornery because I wasn't taking her to the dog park. And it's like, and I had to give her back to the shelter, and that just killed me. And so, yeah, after that, it was like, no more puppies for me. And so this is my first cat, so not going to do the kitten thing.
That's fair.
They're cute but annoying for sure.
Kittens?
Yes.
Mm.
Are you knitting, Sherry?
Making a mitt.
Nice.
I
Cool.
got one made, got to make the other one.
So
Good for
did you grow your own wool again?
Yeah. Yeah, that's
Oh
all.
my gosh.
All my, well, actually, in the white, there's a fleece that I purchased from a friend, but the rest is all my wool from my sheep
And she makes her own thread,
yarn.
Wow.
yarn.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's so neat. I'm not even a knitter, but I can appreciate craftsmanship, you know?
Yeah. Yeah, and my Baha'i neighbor, she's been raising cows, Jerseys mostly, and they've decided to go to sheep because they're smaller and their hay will go further, right? It's pretty expensive to feed cows. So anyway, she asked me what kind of sheep she should get, and I told her she should get Romney sheep because I want Romney wool. and so she did. She just texted me yesterday actually, and she's getting 5 bred ewes next weekend. So I'm going to see them. I can't wait.
One
But isn't
of
it-
my favorite YouTube channels is Sheepishly Me, and she has a sheep farm. And I love watching during lambing season.
Yeah. Yeah. I don't breed my sheep anymore, so poor things.
Broadwood
They didn't get
says,
this spring.
our family raised Romney sheep when I was growing up. They're great.
Oh, really? Yeah. Yeah. She sent me a video of the 5 ewes
I'm gonna
that she's
Google this.
buying, and they're very, very cute.
Romney sheep. I'm probably gonna get Mitt Romney on the.
Yeah, but when she said Romney sheep, all I could think of was Mitt Romney.
I know, I
They're
was expecting his
British-
face
they're
on the sheep.
British- They're British breed, and they're old, and they were declining for a long time because people were mostly just breeding for meat and not for fiber. So I'm always happy when somebody, wants to get a more, just a heritage
soft?
breed that's losing population. What was that?
Are they softer?
Softer? My
Yeah,
sheep are
they
the
go-
ultimate.
Oh,
Everything after them is just not soft to me.
Tim says, as a Greek Orthodox, I approve of this lamb husbandry. So,
have you seen the movie Babe?
A long time ago, yeah.
Okay, good. Jacob,
it's
you
it's
haven't
about
seen
a
these
pig,
movies?
right?
Yeah, it's great. And he heard sheep.
Oh, that reminds me. I went on Facebook to ask a friend a question, and I didn't realize she had a house pig, and and I saw on her YouTube that on her Facebook that she had a picture of her pig who just turned like 4 or something.
A house pig.
A house pig, like a little tiny potbelly.
Well, tiny It's 80 pounds.
What?
Yeah, potbelly pigs grow to be at least 50 pounds. But they never tell you that.
They're just gonna keep it as a friend. They're not gonna eat it.
Yeah, it's just a pet.
I just find that hard to like. That would be hard for me to do. The lambs too. That would be hard. I'd be like, I don't know. I might eat the one I don't like.
The ones you don't like, maybe. But apparently, like, pigs are really, really smart.
They are really smart.
But then
Pigs-
yeah.
Oh, my daughter had pigs for 4-H, so for 4 years we had pigs, and the first year we made the mistake of naming them, and then and they
yeah.
followed us everywhere. They wagged their tails when they saw us coming. They picked up sticks and brought them to us, and
Oh,
yeah,
oh
and then
no.
it was butcher time.
Oh no.
What was I gonna say? I was gonna say something.
We're talking about killing pigs. They're very smart.
Oh, right. So I was talking to Sally Joe about how, like, I feel weird eating pork because pigs are so smart, and she's like, cows are really smart. I'm like, don't
Are
tell me that. Apparently, she's like, well, I said pigs are apparently smarter than dogs, and I can't
heard that.
like imagine eating something as smart as Happy. And she's like, cows are as smart as dogs. I'm like, why are you telling me this?
They're all
Dogs are
smart.
very smart. Just,
A 4-H guy that I would buy raw milk from, and when one of his dairy cows died, he grieved really hard. He like loved that cow. That cow was like a dog to him.
Yeah.
And he even like paid to have this thing cremated. Like he would not let anybody eat it, I guess. I mean, I understand not wanting to eat it yourself, but he paid to have this massive cow cremated. That's how much he liked that cow. And then, of course, when I found out, all I could do was like just be as awkward as you can possibly be. All I could say was "Holy cow!" It's bad. I just ruined the situation. If I could just shut up sometimes, that'd be great. I'll be right back. I have to refill the Tanoa.
the Tanoa. Is that what that is? That. Oh, okay. So what's the your neighbors are switching from cows to sheep, but isn't that like were they raising the cows for meat? I'm guessing, because that seems like a huge shift.
Yeah, they have a lot of meat production on their place. They also raise pigs.
Okay.
And so they breed their pigs and have piglets, and then butcher them. She has 13 children, my neighbor, and two of them are her natural children, and the rest are adopted. So she basically runs like a village.
Whoa. So they all kind of live. They all live there still. 13 children.
No, I think there's a couple of older kids moved out, but people are always coming and going. Like,
Oh wow. Yeah,
and then
yeah. That's cool.
Some of the kids are have family nearby, the adopted children, and those family members come and stay and hang out, and so she's just got a place. Her place is just like it's happening.
Man, that sounds, yeah, that sounds so nice. I'm kind
It's
of jealous.
happening all the time. She has
Hi,
a
Timothy.
YouTube channel. She has a YouTube channel, Jason.
Oh really?
It's
What's it
called
called?
Little Mountain Ranch.
Little Mountain Ranch. All right.
Yeah.
Hi Timothy. I'm
I think she
Jason.
has
By the way.
almost 100,000 subscribers already.
Really?
Yeah.
Yeah. What the heck? She's wow.
People
101.
like ranch stuff. I that's why I told Bill to start. That's why I told Bill he should start a channel. I think his channel will do really well.
It's funny how like small my channel is. Like I see people doing this stuff, and I'm like, man, maybe I need to start doing this. I really don't care though, but I'm just like, we talk about all these
So
biblical
how
theology,
many
religious
subscribers
stuff, and
how many does she have now, Jason?
it was 101,000.
Oh wow. So she made the 100,000 mark. Okay. Good for her.
Yeah, yeah.
This is my
Wow.
bride, Tiffany. She has a YouTube channel called Little Mountain Ranch.
Yeah, I mean, it looks interesting. She's like cans her own stuff too, right? Her food tree.
She does everything.
Wow. She does
Okay,
everything.
before we get way too off track, somebody has to say the ending prayer for our Bible study because our Bible study officially only goes for 2 hours. You don't have to leave after the ending prayer, but I like to say the prayer within some minutes of 2 hours so people who stick around for it can be dismissed. So who's saying it?
Jason
I
is.
can.
He's a student.
Tiffany, I have a question before I pray. You're on mute, by the way. But can I pray for your back when I pray? Would that be okay?
Sure, why not? Yeah.
I know,
I'm sure it won't hurt me.
Okay. All right. Okay. I'll just pray. Father, we come before you right now. We just thank you for this time we got to spend in fellowship, and we thank you for the time we got to spend looking at the scriptures as well and the stuff you have revealed to us. And I just thank you for everybody here. I just want to lift them up before you and ask that you bless them and pour out your wisdom upon them, pour out your favor upon them. And I thank you for Tiffany, Father, and I just I pray for her back, and I ask that you just help to remove any pain that she deals with, and help to heal and restore and renew her back to your perfect design. And I thank you for that. In your name, I pray. Amen.
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 So Tim, what made you decide to join?
Not sure. I had a little bit of time, I guess.
You really like sheep?
Yeah, actually, it was you guys were talking about animals, and my parents have a ranch with some cows and everything, and I thought that was cool. I like your stories, but yeah, we grew up with goats and all kinds of stuff.
Nice. Where's the ranch?
They're in a little town called Squaw Valley in near Fresno. It's an hour east of Fresno.
Yeah.
Now,
Beautiful.
Sherry, are you from California?
No, I'm in the interior of British Columbia.
Ah, okay.
She's a Canuckistani.
Who's Intrepidus Ducks?
That is Tiffany.
Tiffany. Hello, Tiffany.
Hello.
Tim.
Hi, Tim. Nice to meet you. I'm a wanderer, and I just keep showing up because I don't know. I like the people that hang out with Jacob, even though I'm not Jewish. I'm just like, I'll just keep showing up. Why not?
How many people
I'm
are
not-
How
hanging out
dare
here
you
are
come on
Jewish?
my channel if you're not Jewish?
Well, yeah, I know. Well, I think the first time you were doing a Bible study, and then it did this where it turned into a chat. So then later I came by and said hello because I'm like, well, I don't know. You never know how people are going to feel, right? So you just try to like be respectful.
Yeah.
So I have a question for you, Tiffany. This kind of going. We can get back to the farming stuff after this, but the kava, is that right that you were drinking?
Mm-hmm.
What's the thing you made it in? Is it like a little cauldron? Does it have to be made in this? 'Cause it's,
Cool.
Yes, it's my witch's brew. No.
yeah, that's what it looked like. You were stirring with this spoon, and then you poured it out and started drinking. And I was like, "What's she doing?"
Right. So this is a
This is
Fijian
awesome.
kava. So this part you point at your guest when you're hosting a kava circle, and this is used in Polynesia. This is Fiji, Vanuatu,
So it is
Tonga,
magic.
Samoan Islands, Papua New Guinea. And it's a dried root. You put it in a strainer bag. Traditionally, you will, back before strainer bags and grinders, they would make the young people of the village chew the root, and they'd all spit it into a pot, and then they'd make the kava. So we've
Yummy.
upgraded since, and we've learned a lot about germs, and we don't do that anymore.
Oh,
So
I would
no more
definitely do
spit
that.
kava, but it's always meant to be used in like communal situations. So you're meant to socialize, you're meant to talk to other people. You're meant to come together as a village at the end of the day and partake and chat and socialize, or sometimes tribes will use it for conflict resolution.
Okay.
The ladle just makes it easy to scoop it into a glass.
Yeah. Okay.
Although earlier I was waving it at my boyfriend. I was like, doubles
What's it
as a
taste like?
weapon. But yeah, usually they drink it out of coconut shells. For me, it's just I'm clumsy. I'm gonna spill it on my keyboard. Like I have the coconut shells. I just don't use them because it's too much balancing.
Yeah.
So I just do my ladle in my glass, and it works out. But I finally got the Tanoa. For a long time, it was just Pyrex bowls. So this is an upgrade for me.
I like it.
What's it taste like?
It doesn't taste good. Nobody drinks it. It tastes like kind of medicinal, earthy, kind of almost like dirty water. But it's numbing on your mouth, so it almost feels lidocaine-like. But it's really relaxing. It helps some people with sleep. It's a muscle relaxer. Some people drink it for anxiety, but it doesn't change your judgment. So you're not going to wake up in the morning and go, "What have I done?" So yeah, it's. I would say it's less strong than marijuana. So
I quit coffee last week or 2 weeks ago because because my doctor wanted me to monitor my blood pressure and quit coffee and see if that changed it or anything. Long story short, my blood pressure's fine, but I quit coffee cold turkey.
Ooh.
And I was drinking like 3 cups of coffee a day, and I thought, okay, I'll just be tired in the morning, and then basically I wasn't tired. I was like, oh, this is easy, no problem. And then about 2-3 o'clock in the afternoon, my eyes started going cross-eyed. I was like, like the withdrawal symptoms were so bad. I was almost going blind. Like had a massive headache, and
oh my God.
it was terrible. It was way worse than I thought it would be. So the next day I did like a 1 cup in the afternoon, and it took just a little bit of caffeine, like fixed it. So I started tapering it. I'm fine now, but I just couldn't believe how bad the withdrawal was from caffeine. I had no idea.
Yeah.
Homeostasis. So last semester I took some substance abuse courses, counseling courses, and so your body, like whenever you take anything, like your body tries to return back to its normal state on whatever you're taking. So if you just go cold turkey off of it, you will not just be normal. Your body has to figure out, oh, I am no longer on whatever that thing is.
Huh. I just always imagined coffee was like, a mild thing, I had no idea it would affect me that bad.
That's weird.
But now
too.
I'm, yeah.
I bet you're like kind of like, wow, I better be careful now. And what else I take? Kava doesn't
100%,
have withdrawals. Most people say.
Yeah.
Most people say it doesn't.
Even food.
I decided that I'm gonna do like coffee twice a week or something.
That seems balanced. Yeah.
Have you noticed that when you go shopping, when you're hungry, you buy a lot more than when you're full?
Yes.
That is
I
what
knew
like convinced me. Oh my god! Like
I go shopping whenever I'm fasting. I go to the store and I'm like, oh, I can eat this when I end my fast, and then I have all this stuff, and then I've literally puked before coming off fast because I've just ate bowl after bowl of cereal, and then I was like a 2-year-old kid. I threw up everywhere. It was gross. But yes, I do that.
no, it's
That's fun.
so they actually so neuroscientists call there's they call the like all the neurons in your intestinal system your second brain because there's so many neurons there. Like it really affects how you think, just like even your gut bacteria and stuff. Like you are a lot, this idea that we have that we're just like neck up, like just the fact that we think that all of our thinking is in our skin is already silly. But like this idea that like all your thoughts are from your neck up, like are you kidding? Like hormones and heartbeat and like your entire body affects how you think and act and stuff. So yeah, like even whatever you eat, you know, it all affects you.
Yeah, totally.
I wish it didn't. Make life less complicated. Jacob, was it you that said you take the Tomcat, Ollie? Somebody said recently that they take it. I don't remember if it was you or someone else.
The what?
Take what?
Tomcat, Ali, this supplement. This one. Wait,
That's
I'm
not
doing it
me.
the right way.
Never heard of it.
Okay, it wasn't you. What? Who
No.
was it? I can't remember now.
So what is that?
That's one that does a sort of homeostasis. I really like adaptogens. Or have you like ever gotten into that? They're like different kinds of botanicals that are supposed to help your body be better at getting back into a homeostasis.
Hmm.
Oh,
So they're kind of put by the hipster nerds, which might be one. I'm not sure. That they're put in a category of called adaptogens.
It just bothers me that we don't spend enough time talking about nutrition and how it affects. Like I've been trying to cut sugar as much as possible, because yeah, Fraudwith is right. Sugar is a lot stronger than most people think.
Yeah,
Than
that
most
sugar
people are
high is
conscious of.
glorious.
It's all kinds of food. Like you just have to realize that when you eat something, it affects you.
Yeah.
I'll be right back. I'm gonna go use the bathroom and get a Mountain Dew. So
How dare
On that
you?
Speaking of sugar.
well, at least it's not a monster drink. One of those things.
Yeah, those are wild.
Yeah.
But no, you're right, Jacob. One of the people who I was really into like a decade ago was do you know of Andrew Weil?
Mm-mm.
He's like a person who first came up with the idea of integrative medicine before they turned it into what it is now, with the idea of integrative medicine being a mixture of Eastern and Western medicine, being nutrition, Chinese medicine, and then actual like pills or whatever else. But it's supposed to be like almost like, I guess, what now you would call functional medicine.
Mhm.
It was supposed to be that, but now they've made integrative medicine more like all the doctors are in one building, you know. And I'm like, no. This other guy's idea, I liked it. I mean, it's cool they're in one place and you don't have to drive, but like it was meant to be more than just all the Western doctors in one building, you know. But
Yeah.
it was supposed to have that kind of like more balanced approach. Like you're saying, and he wrote books. He wrote a book called Healthy Aging. It's one of my favorite books. or at least for nonfiction. And he wrote a lot about how to like make your diet better. We lost Tim, and now I think he's coming back.
Yes, we keep on losing Tim.
So, Tiffany, I remember in the conversation with Jacob, you said you study botanicals now. Is that
So
right?
that's where my heart is with botanicals. I had a small kava business, which my day job was supporting for a long time. Kava's not a cheap botanical. And I just, once I changed jobs, I couldn't do it anymore. So for now it's on standby, but I obviously still use kava, and I have some plans in the mix to do some CBG extract from hemp. So purely medicinal, not for euphoria or anything like that. It's another thing that helps with inflammation and pain. And I have a lot of people in my life who could really benefit from it right now. I want to like go back into business with botanicals, but I think it's going to be wiser for me to wait. So right now it's a hobby, but I think that this knife shop, I have access to people who don't normally get introduced to these botanicals, and I can build a bond with them. I'm good at doing that with people in person, not in like large groups, but like small groups. I do pretty good explaining, and maybe I can just, if somebody just shows them or even just gives them samples, maybe it could help them with various things or whatever. And I could get a unique clientele base, because currently the kind of people that drink kava are probably the kind of people that the folks that come to the knife shop don't want to hang out with. And I'm not saying I'm against this group or that group. I'm just noticing the clientele base, right? And there's an untapped clientele base that I could use that nobody else is using right now, as far as I can tell, at least not here in this city. And this city has over 1 million people.
What
So
city are you in?
I'm in Tucson, Arizona.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. And the knife shop we have is the only knife shop in this town right now. I call it a town, but it's like over 1 million people. So I don't know. Is it a town anymore? Back in the day, Tucson used to be called T-Town, which is stupid, but that's what they called it.
Timothy said, "Guess my internet
Okay.
isn't
We'll
good
see you
enough."
next time, Tim.
See ya.
It's nice seeing
Sorry,
you.
man.
Maybe we could talk more.
So what? Could you tell me when you refer to botanicals, like that seems to me in my head, I'm not sure what that entails. It seems very broad to me. Is that
It is.
include
Yeah.
herbalism and like all sorts of stuff, or
So
do you
herbs,
grow? Sorry, go ahead.
I don't grow, no. I stopped growing when growing things. You can't grow kava here without special setups, but and kava is a 5-year crop minimum.
Wow.
Yeah, so that's why it's expensive. But no, I won't grow anything again until I own my own land, because the last time I had a garden and it was a rental, it was like heartbreaking when I had to let it go. And I just, the amount of love and care that goes into something like that, it's just, I don't think I can bear to do that again. Come on. Come on. This cat. If you're going to be annoying, you have to receive the corporal cuddling. That's how this works.
Hezzy, are you done your prayers yet? He said bye. He said bye to Tim. He's got to pray in the morning, right?
Yes. But he can't pray too early in the morning. It has to be light enough to see blue.
So
Oh.
only at sunrise?
What do you do on overcast days?
No, it's
You
well,
cry.
no,
That's what
there's
Unnamed Jason.
so if you look on a website like Chabad, people have calculated, like you put in your zip code and they've calculated exactly the times, like when's the earliest you can put on your prayer shawl, when's the earliest you can put in on your phylacteries, all that stuff.
This is sounding very Baha'i like. How many times a day are you praying?
3. There are 3 prayers a day, morning, afternoon, and evening. Yeah. Well, I mean, Baha'i, a lot of things derive from Islam. So,
Yeah, I'm sure. Yeah.
I was wondering that. So, I mean, I'm assuming it's monotheistic, right?
Yes. It's
Is it- okay.
monotheistic.
And
And
is,
yes, that's precisely why blue. Go ahead.
well, I'm just thinking, I mean, Islam kind of has a lot of influence from Judaism and Christianity too, right?
Yeah, so like it's funny. I tell people if I ever was convinced that Judaism was wrong, I would become Baha'i, because like I have to believe either the oldest religion is right or the youngest, and like Baha'i is like the latest iteration of Abrahamic faith.
That's so funny because no Baha'i would ever dare say Judaism is wrong. Like, that's just against our beliefs to even say something like that.
Well,
Like,
yeah, I mean Baha'i, like
we might say, like, well, maybe we're just a little more right, but like, we're not gonna like yours is wrong because no.
yeah, well, I mean,
all
sometimes
matter.
when I'm having conversations with my religious Baha'i family,
Oh, they're gonna
especially
put
the very religious ones, they're like, yeah, like they kind of intimate Judaism's outdated, and there's like they have the latest model of religion as opposed to me, who's like still driving the horse and carriage and they've got like, a Jaguar, that type of thing.
Well, I mean, honestly, before I became Baha'i, I looked at Judaism. And when I was looking into it, I accidentally ended up at one of those Jews for Jesus churches. And that was a confusing experience. I was like, so wait, you guys are Jewish, but you're for Jesus. Wait, so you're Christian. I guess just like my brain is a puddle now. Like, what's happening? Because I was so young. I think I was like 21, 22. So I was like, I wasn't prepared for the trickery.
Well, yeah, I mean, well, so
The
it's funny,
trickery?
but
Yes, it was trickery.
Jews,
Like, you're just
Jews for
Christian.
Jesus,
Stop it.
Jews for Jesus, like that's how it started, and it backfired. Like it totally backfired. So they started these. Basically they were just Baptist churches, but they were trying to be culturally appropriate to sorry, we got a porn spammer. Yeah.
I hope we don't get another wiener. Was that in a Bible study where we had the wiener that one time, or was that a different stream? I hope it wasn't a Bible study.
It was. And then when Father Eric was having his stream, somebody came on.
I
And-
was on with them at the time, actually.
You were hold on. I was on the stream with PVK and Father Eric, right? So it was a Protestant pastor and a Catholic priest and me, and this guy comes on and he's like, "Are you guys Christian?" And I have some questions about religion or something like that, right? And then Father Eric is like, "Yeah, I mean, I'm a Catholic priest, and Jacob is Jewish and Paul is a Protestant pastor, and suddenly the guy's video turned into completely hardcore porn.
Yeah.
Well, what if this good-looking guy here is actually serious? I mean, he's enjoying our stream.
Yeah.
What if you
no, it's
turned
not.
him to the Lord?
Well, you know, the wonderful thing about God is he's everywhere, so he doesn't have to be here.
That's true.
Yeah.
He can find him anywhere. He
I
can
like
find God
that.
anywhere. If he looks hard enough.
Adaptable.
Chazi says, Sherry, my Job comment relates to the Hebrew translation to where have you been? Me'ain is Me'ain Tavo, and the play on Me'ain to Ein Sof. So, yeah, so from where, yeah, you'll have to get into it with Chazi later, but from where are you? And from the infinite you are.
Yeah. Oh, nice. Oh, I want to hear more about that. I want to hear
Me too.
more about that.
It sounds intriguing.
I know. We're all
There's a question
interested.
I wanted to ask you and I forgot now. Darn it. It'll come back. If I remember at an inconvenient time, I'll just put it in the Discord.
There you
We
go.
talked about.
Oh.
So what we talked about just briefly, we talked about how I think Moses, I know for sure Abraham, and maybe Moses too, says when God says, "Where are you?" They say, "Here I am," right?
Hineni.
Yeah, and so and that's in juxtaposition to Adam hiding in the garden, right? God's
Right.
like, "Where are you?" And Adam's hiding. So, yeah. So Kizzy and I were just talking about that a little bit, and then and then he also asked in the book of Job, God says to Satan, "Where have you been? Where were you?" Right? And Satan says he was wandering back, to and fro or something to that extent. And the only, I haven't really thought about it much, but the only thing I thought of in regards to Satan and God was that God was kind of striking up a conversation, It's like, so how are you? So where have you been? What have you been up to? But
Yeah.
of course, there's probably a lot more to it than that.
Yeah. Where have you been? Well, where have you been in your thoughts? Where have you been in your feelings? Like,
Well, Carl,
not just physically.
that line in Job drove Carl Jung crazy because he couldn't understand why God wouldn't draw on his omnipotence, right? Like, why would he even ask that question if he knows everything, if he's everywhere, So, that drove Carl Jung crazy.
I think the Baha'i interpretation of that would be that's not the point, because the point is the story to teach the thing. So whether it's like actually what happened or not, like I don't know.
But Job. Oh, go ahead, Jacob.
I would just say the Socratic method is a thing.
Yeah, there you go. Dialogos, right?
Asking questions can sometimes elicit better answers than giving answers.
Yeah.
I feel that. That makes sense.
Asking.
So just kind of like just allowing yourself to be curious is what you're saying.
Well, God is asking a question in order to draw something out of whoever he's asking a question
Oh, I see. Okay, so, okay. And he's using an open-ended question. It's not a yes/no question. So it's like your parent to your child. It's like, well, what have you been doing? And the kid goes, well. No, did you do the thing I asked you? Yes, no.
So that reminds me, I got a new kennel for Happy after she destroyed her old kennel. And I haven't put it together yet, and I had to leave her at home yesterday, and my dad said to me, "Isn't she gonna mess something up?" And I said, "Probably. When I get home, I'll find out." And she destroyed some cardboard box, which was, when I got home, I'm looking at it and I'm like, you don't realize that this just means I have to assemble that kennel, you silly thing.
Oh well, yeah. It's kind of, I feel that like it's like, oh, they didn't destroy something expensive. It was just messy. Thank God.
Well, yeah, I mean, that's better. She's never, well, the only thing she destroyed that was expensive is my bedroom,
Ooh,
but
a whole room.
well, okay, she was trying to open the door, and so she destroyed everything but the door.
Wow.
Really?
She took the molding off the walls.
Oh my God.
Wow.
This reminds me of a Belgian Malinois my father used to have. That dog would destroy entire sofas. It's destroyed the interior of RVs.
Happy is an 80-pound Rottweiler, and
Oh, you've never mentioned that before.
yeah, and despite the fact that she's a total scaredy cat and incredibly shy, like she doesn't realize that she could basically kill me if she wanted to.
That's funny.
She would never
So-
even. She knows she could. She doesn't even entertain that thought, Jacob.
Not at all. Yeah, as it says. Well, that's what Job was lacking. Nothingness. He had it all. Even God was in his schedule. The Satan tells him, "You have been a fence for Job. He has never seen the real world."
Yes, that's right.
So was
You
Job
hedged
just a spoiled baby?
That is one interpretation.
Yeah. Well, see, it's okay. So this is what I think. You want to know what I think?
Yeah.
No,
I do.
Yes.
I do.
It's a creation story. It's a creation story from the human being's perspective. So, like Genesis is a creation story from God's perspective. And Job is the creation story from the human being's perspective. What it means to be made real. That's what it is. Yeah.
Yeah, that's really good. I think because you brought that up before, Sherry. How it's almost like he's burst into this world of suffering, and is confronted with it all.
Yeah.
Such a relatable book, especially for someone whose name means tragedy and destruction. What is that? I don't even remember what it means.
And
Disaster.
healing.
That's what it was. Disaster and healing. Yeah.
You've got it
So,
all. You're like
is
a
this
one-stop.
Sorry, I'm interrupting.
Okay.
Is this the version, the Torah version, or just the which version? Because it took me a while to learn that there's different versions. Hi.
this is Roman.
this is-
He's in the Philippines now.
Hey, Roman. Oh, you're there? This is the King
Hello,
James
can you hear me?
version. We only read King James on the Hebrew Bible
No,
study.
it's not.
Hi.
No, I'm just,
Yeah. Can you guys hear me?
yes, I can hear you, Roman. It's good to see you again.
In the Torah, as far as I know.
Roman, one of my longtime friends who's a regular on my channel is Filipino.
Nice to see you.
Do you have a lag, Roman?
I think I'm a little out of sync.
I think so too.
I think my lag is pretty bad. Yeah. At least through StreamYard.
Maybe it's
Huh.
catching up.
Yeah.
You don't have your YouTube going, do you? Make sure you turn off YouTube.
I do, but like only because my StreamYard is muted.
Well, if you're listening from YouTube as opposed to StreamYard, you're going to have a 10-second lag. That's how it works. That's not going to work, Roman.
Well, he said he has it muted, but he has the window open. Would the window alone cause the lag?
No. Oh, so you have the YouTube tab muted? Or, okay. If you have the YouTube tab muted, then it should be fine. I don't know. I blame the Filipinos.
On that note, there he
Oh,
goes.
bummer.
We lost Roman.
Yeah, he put
Well,
in
he
the
said
thing.
goodbye, yeah.
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 Darn. Well, that's sometimes too why I mute myself when I'm not speaking. Not only because I have a noisy cat, but sometimes it helps take up less bandwidth. I don't know. It works like that on Zoom. I don't know if it works that way on StreamYard. But I know on all the Zoom calls over time, we've kind of slowly learned that it works better that way. But it wasn't a streaming, right? So I don't know if it's different.
Yeah, I think it is pretty good to put yourself on mute just when you're not speaking. I think it helps the computer system, like, especially because they're balancing our sounds and stuff. But yeah. Still going 5 hours deep. No, it's only been 3 hours. I have no idea what you're talking about. Ed.
Has he
Bible
popped on
after
here?
dark
He'll keep
makes
us
it sound
going.
haunted. Well, we do have the cauldron, so.
Yeah, it's so I've been trying to explain the Noahide movement to Jewish people, and the best way I can put it is they're Orthodox Jewish Gentiles, which sounds weird, but it's true.
What does that mean?
I don't know.
Yeah, so Roman says hard not to see the parallels between Job and Siddhartha. I don't know that much about Siddhartha. So I was talking about the backfiring of the Messianic churches you were talking about. So what happened was, in an attempt to convert Jews, Baptists decided they wanted to make culturally appropriate churches for Jews. So they started basically dressing their churches up in Jewish garb, right, and having Jewish type stuff, but they were just Baptist churches. And that was Jews for Jesus. And what happened was there weren't a lot of Jews who were going, but there were a lot of Christians who started going to these Jewish churches. And first it started the Messianic movement, which is they're Christian, but they're much more actually like serious about Judaism than the Baptist churches that they started. And then what happened was
That's what they get.
well, and then what happened was they started the Noahide movement, which was Christians who started learning more about Judaism, and they started rejecting Christianity for Judaism.
That
And
was my goal when I went to one initially, but they just like detoured me for a while. That's all they did.
well, and what basically has happened is because in Judaism, we say, so we have the 7 Noahide laws, which apply to all people. And we say, the Jewish stuff is just for Israel, and we don't believe that you're going to hell just because you're not part of Israel. We believe that the covenant of Noah applies to everyone, and so like then and my channel, I have several Noahide people on my Discord server and on my channel, and that was the discussion we were having this morning. Is like there are people who are not interested in converting to Judaism, to being Jewish, to being part of it or the Jewish community. They just believe in Judaism. So, and they believe in Orthodox Judaism. So they're Orthodox Jewish Gentiles because their religion is Orthodox Judaism, but they're Gentiles.
Interesting. Is it because they feel like they wouldn't really be accepted, or if it would
No.
be too much somehow?
Yeah, because they don't want to do the whole kosher thing and Sabbath thing, and there's nothing that says they have to.
They could be Reform Jews. Is that what it's called?
No, they're Orthodox Jewish Gentiles because in Judaism, so Jonathan
Like
is
full on like Matisyahu garb here, or what?
no.
Oh,
So Jonathan, yes. So like Matisyahu, when he was wearing the garb, right? He was part of Chabad Hasidic movement, but that's only for Jews to like grow your beard long and stuff like that. We don't believe that in order to be a good person you need to do that. That's just something for Israel, right? And yeah, Jonathan is actually a Noahide. He's the guy I was speaking to this morning, and so he's like, "No, we just don't want to deal with that."
I have a question for the chat too. Is Siddhartha, is that the Buddha?
I
Yeah.
believe so.
Is that is the Buddha? Okay.
I'd have to Google it. Yeah.
I've been
So,
Googling things while you guys have been talking since I've been here. Like I
It's
Googled
like-
this
that's
word you
why
said
I
a while
keep
back.
Like it's
Homeostasis?
Yes.
so Roman says Job had everything under the protection of God. Siddhartha had everything in his palace. He can only gain wisdom after leaving the palace and having contact with aging, sickness, and death. Khezi
Yeah.
says, what would have been if Job accepted his friends' theological explanations? They would have mourned his children, thanked the guests, and God would have said nothing.
Yeah, that's nice. That's good.
I guess. Siddhartha, Tim says Siddhartha gave up his wealth willingly, I think. Jonathan says, we already had that. He says, call me reform again, and he's being sarcastic. He is not reform.
That's funny.
Yeah.
Well, I won't test it. Ay, that's funny. But no, that's really cool to like hear these different views. So it makes sense now. So you've had one where you had like a priest and different leaders from different areas.
Oh, we're
And
very ecumenical in this flow corner. I've had Muslim scholars on.
Well, I'd offer you
have-
some Baha'is, but it sounds like you've got a lot in the backlog there. But if you want any fresh ones, I can hook you up.
No, I mean this little corner, we like it's very ecumenical. Actually, there are Buddhists, and I don't think we have any Hindus. I haven't watched the Sikh interview that PBK just put out today.
Apparently,
I started watching it.
I haven't
Sorry,
watched
go
it
ahead.
either. Oh, sorry. I haven't
No,
watched it either, but Luke was watching it and he was loving it. It's really
Yeah,
good.
he shared it with me and he said to watch it. I watched some of it. And then the guy was in Sikhism, but he said something interesting. Is he said I remember him saying, I need to listen back to make sure I heard him right, but I thought he said something like Hinduism isn't
Sikhism.
really like a religion. Well, he was talking about Hinduism, and I think he said that there's just so many different forms of it that it's not like a one thing. So there's so many different forms of Hinduism, but I think Sikhism sounded like it was kind of on the fringe of Hinduism and was it Islam or something like
Yeah.
that, and so it was kind of oppressed by both sides or something
Yeah.
like that. Like the Hindus.
A Sikh would definitely say that Hinduism is not a religion.
Yeah.
Well,
I'd like to
So-
talk to more people in Hinduism, but I know Cal was brought up Hare Krishna, so he knows a
Right.
good bit about that. But yeah, I don't know a lot about it personally. I've tried to look into it some, but it's extremely
What-
interesting though.
My son.
what
has
is the
very-
distinction you're making between ecumenical and interfaith, Jonathan? Like, what's the difference?
What are you saying, Barry? Your son?
I'm also asking you guys, like, what's the difference between ecumenical and interfaith?
I don't know. I gotta Google those words.
I
I'm being
mean,
totally
in
honest.
my simple little brain, there's no difference.
Yeah, mine either. So you're just wrong about everything, Jonathan. Anyway, well, the thing is, like, yeah, we call it Hinduism because it's all of the religions in India. So it's like we just call it Hinduism in order to have something to call all of the religions of
Yeah, but
Yeah.
I mean, I've met
Ecumenism
Hindus.
is
I've met
typically-
Hindus, and Hindus are Hindu. They call themselves Hindu. I've been to
And they-
Hindu weddings. But
They
Um,
have a specific. I mean, under Hinduism, it seems like there's this at least a trinity of main focus gods, like Brahma, Vishnu, and Shiva, right? That I think would most Hindus would acknowledge. I think. I don't know. I'm guessing.
I always got the impression that Hinduism was like Mr. Potato Head. You could just kind of construct your own god out of all the different.
Probably Mr. Potato.
But
It might be.
yeah, there was my son had a friend whose parents were Indian, but they were Jainist, and I never heard of Jainism before.
I
I'm
haven't.
still
Yeah.
not even sure.
I don't know much about that one either. Like,
So
yeah,
the Jains are really, really respectful of life to the point where, like, their monks sweep before they walk anywhere to make sure they don't step on any bugs. I had a friend who was Jain, but she wasn't very religious, but she just told me that. And yeah, it's actually, I mean, yeah, it is a religion. So Jin,
Yeah.
Jain.
sounds really tedious. Holy.
They're really, really against any sort of killing.
Oh. I mean, because it's not that I want it.
The lady who
That
makes
looks
knives
bad.
over here. Got her cauldron brewing. Oh, I'm joking.
Not that I want to kill things,
Maybe
right? But I
I'm
do
just
know
freaking
that
out.
you accidentally kill a lot. That's for sure. Well, maybe I do. I don't know. Maybe it's just me.
I saw that
Give me a-
comment from Richard, or what was his name? About ecumenism being typically Christian.
Ecumenism.
Well,
Down-
Yeah, I mean, I know that the leader of the Eastern Orthodox is called the Ecumenical Patriarch. And yeah, I guess it makes sense. Catholics talk about ecumenism when it comes to chatting with other Christians. When they chat with non-Christians, it's interfaith dialogue.
Oh, okay. We're getting specific.
Chezi's still on Job. Maimonides says that Eliphaz was correct. However, we don't respond that way to a friend in pain.
Eliphaz or Elihu?
No, Eliphaz.
Temanite, right? Is that it?
Yeah, Eliphaz, Temanite. Yeah.
So
yeah, of course, Maimonides would say that. I disagree.
You are
Um,
allowed to disagree with Maimonides, and I'm guessing Maimonides said that in the Guide to the Perplexed. And like I've been trying to tell Chezi, the guide to the perplexed was written for the perplexed.
Where is this? So is Eliphaz? I'm trying to find this
All I know
genealogy here.
All I know is that God told all of them, including Eliphaz, to bring a sacrifice and have Job pray for them because he was pissed at them. So I'm just going with the big guy.
No, I mean, Chazi's saying, right, it was wrong of him to say those things to Job, but just in a kind of like, just because it's true doesn't mean you should say it sort of way.
No, that's not what he said. God said, who's obscuring me with words without knowledge? That's what he said to them. That's
Yeah,
pretty-
Chazi's way too hung up on this Maimonides guy. I have no idea why he's such a...
I don't know. I've never read Maimonides. I don't even know much about it. But
Okay,
I'm completely
Just-
joking. I think you would actually like... I think you would like Maimonides, The Laws of Repentance. Yes, Jason.
I have a question, maybe for his, since he's talking about Eliphaz. In Genesis 36, verse 15, says, "These were the chiefs of the sons of Esau, the sons of Eliphaz, the firstborn of Esau, were chief Timon." Is that the same guy?
yeah, we
Is
talked
that the
about
same
that
Eliphaz?
in the Job thing, and I don't know. I can't remember if Jess figured it out. It's possible, I think, was how he put it. It's possible.
It's a great answer. It's possible.
I mean, I always go back to the fact that the Talmud says the story of Job, like, there's a discussion about whether or not it actually happened at all. And so it's like, might have not actually have happened at all. It might just be
No.
a story.
You know, it's widely held that Job was written by Moses, and that it was the question that he asked God when God put him in the cleft of the rock.
But-
Why do the righteous suffer and the wicked prosper? And that's what
But-
Job deals with. It's like a little novella, right? Of Moses's own wrestling
Yeah.
with that whole idea.
So you would say Job happens all the time, right? That's what I would say.
I would say Job is the
Is it-
creation story of a human being. Of course,
Yeah,
it
so
happens all the time. Of
Yeah.
course it
Chazi-
does.
Chazi says, suffering comes to teach us lessons we can't understand in a rational way.
that's what I'm here for.
I agree most of the time, yes. I think sometimes it's random, but
Has he heard my name in Hebrew yet? Because, you know,
When a rabbi walks into a room, we all need to stand. However, this is not the case with one who is grieving, since he is then considered the wise man, for he alone understands the lesson of suffering. Wow, nice.
you should hop in here, Hezi.
Chazi has to
Link.
take his kids to school. I'm guessing his kids
Oh.
are in the car.
Oh,
Yeah, every morning he has to drive his kids to school.
what a great dad.
Can you imagine if Chazi was your dad? Like, my dad never dressed that snazzy.
oh, does he dress snazzy?
Oh,
Last time he popped
But
in and I was
kids
here,
would
like
say
I
it
didn't.
easier
It
when
was he was going through tunnels.
Chazi is well, he's one of the most prominent designers in Jerusalem. He dresses like it. Like, yeah, he's
Wait,
very, very
He's not a
snazzy.
fashion
He's-
designer, right?
Oh, he's an architect.
okay,
Uh,
okay.
But
I
he
thought you meant
also
he was a fashion-
dresses.
fashion
He also
design.
dresses like it. It's really funny.
His name is
Wow.
actually Jesse
You
Lemieux.
know, now I'm curious. Stalk
Yes, he
you
looks good.
and see your design style. I have no fashion at all. I mean, I'm wearing a shirt with paint on it, so like, I just wear whatever. I don't.
Oh,
Yeah, I found an interview with Chazi he did with a religious Jewish podcast that a mother of one of his friends runs, and it was all about Chezi and dressing not like any other Orthodox Jew in the world. It was an interesting interview.
Fancy guy.
That's cool. Well, I mean, I some people, it's like their way to express, right?
Chezi is
And have
incredible.
joy.
Yeah, Chezi is incredibly creative and a total rebel and free spirit and weirdo, which is why we love him.
Wow, that's
Total
great.
rebel.
Yes, he's kind of rebelling against the rest of the world by being an Orthodox Jew.
Hezzy against the
And
world.
being snazzy.
I'm gonna
Jacob.
write a little children's book on that.
He's on
Chezi-
it. Orthodox look good, yo.
Chezi the schnazzy dresser.
So Sherry, are you Jewish as well, or
No.
I can't tell anymore at this point. We've got all over the place.
she laughs. No, of course not.
I didn't want to
I'm
assume.
just kidding.
That's why I laughed. I didn't laugh.
I know. I'm
because-
just kidding.
question. I'm like, what am I? I haven't been. I hadn't been to church since 1997, 1996, but I still called myself a Christian. And then I recently was baptized into the Eastern Orthodox Church. So, for whatever that means, because I don't go to one because I live in the bush, so there isn't one near me. But I did find one that would baptize me, and I did catechism on Zoom with the priest.
Okay.
Yeah. So I can't really say that I'm a practicing Eastern Orthodox Christian because I've only had the Eucharist once, and although I have my icon corner and my prayers and stuff like that, but yeah, I just do what
But I'm curious what the
God
difference is.
tells
I'm
me
not
to
sure
do.
that I
That's
know.
what I do.
What'd you say?
Jason,
Stephanie?
what are you?
I don't know. You tell me what I am at this point. I don't
I
even know.
have no
thought-
idea what you are.
I thought I was Christian, but then sometimes when I talk to Christians, I'm like, well, if those are the rules, not the rules, but there's I would still say I'm a Christian, and I still love Jesus. I believe in Jesus, and I think I believe in everything Christianity proclaims, but it's just maybe not in the ways I was brought up being taught, and so that kind of sometimes leaves me feeling in this little bit of a limbo space, I guess. But I don't know. What would you say, Jacob? I don't think I'm not Jewish, so
You sound
Not that I'm
very
against
Baha'i
you.
to me.
Baha'i.
Baha'i.
I didn't even
That's what I was
know
gonna
this was
say,
a
but
thing
I didn't
before
want to
tonight.
say it. I'm like, he's like accepting all these different faiths and the ways that they apply logically to him. That sounds like
Yeah.
progressive revelation.
Okay,
We should
Tim,
have a-
we have no clue what that Greek says, but apparently it's something Sherry should recognize.
I don't know. I don't know what it says. I can't read Greek. What does it say? Translation.
No
I
clue.
could copy it and drop it in Google Translate. See what happens. See if it does it.
He'll say it. He's a Greek,
Oh,
so
okay.
he'll say it in English for me.
Okay.
Congrats.
Oh,
Oh.
thank you.
Aw.
I'm very happy to be an Eastern Orthodox Christian, and I think that's the closest to Judaism I'll ever get. And that's good. That's good enough for me.
I'll be Googling it, Sherry. I'll just need time to look at it and kind of like understand, because there's so many kinds of Christian at this point that it's like
Well, it's
your
the
head
original-
gets befuddled.
The original version, essentially.
Well, I
Yeah,
had a 3-hour discussion with an Eastern Orthodox priest on my channel, which is the most the most watched video on my channel. So according to Google Translate, it's Axios Sherry Chronia Pola, which means well-deserved Sherry, happy birthday.
Oh, happy
nice.
birthday. That's even better. That's great.
Yeah. Yeah. It is considered a birthday, actually, when you get baptized in the Orthodox Church.
Yeah.
Mm.
Eastern Orthodox is beautiful. I remember you telling me that the inside of their churches were really pretty, and then I actually saw some pictures of them, and I was like, it is gorgeous. Their buildings, or at least the one I saw pictures of. But
So how OG are we talking? Like Mercia OG or like what? Like,
So Eastern Orthodoxy and Roman Catholicism split from each other 1,000 years ago.
wow. Because
Yeah,
I feel like I've heard a Catholic priest. Actually, I met a Catholic priest in the Kava forums, and he was saying, you know, of course, his opinion was Catholicism is the most pure Christianity, and I was like, but sometimes the things that you tell me sounds like witchcraft.
The Eastern
But tell me-
Orthodox, the Eastern
sounds like
Orthodox,
witchcraft.
It does.
so the history of Christianity, you know, like it starts in the Middle East, right? Where Jesus was. And then it, you know, they have these little house churches and they grow and grow, and then they appoint bishops and they end up with bishops in Rome, a bishop in Alexandria, a bishop in, I can't remember all the places.
Antioch and
Antioch.
bishop. And there were 4 or 5 original bishops that were considered like the big patriarchs. One, and eventually they split off. Well, there was a bishop in Jerusalem as well.
So the Orthodox Church is shepherded by a council of bishops. They don't have a pope.
Yeah.
And so what happened was because Rome was culturally cut off, right? It was the West, and the Charlemagne happened for one thing, and he needed the hearts of the people, so he needed the Pope to be the Pope in order to ordain him as the king, right? Without any interference from the rest of the bishops over there in the East. So they kind of made an arrangement, and that's how Rome was born. And for many, I don't know, hundreds of years probably, the Eastern Orthodox bishops just refused to acknowledge the Pope as the Pope. He was just the bishop to them. And then finally, there we go. Yeah.
Antioch, Jerusalem, Rome, Constantinople, and Alexandria. Those were the original 5 bishops. And eventually, because Rome was considered first among equals, but so Roman Catholicism interpreted that as meaning that he was over the other ones, and the other ones were like, no.
Yeah.
And that's how Eastern Orthodoxy was born.
Yeah. No, that's how Roman Catholicism was born.
Well, you're Eastern Orthodox. The Catholics might disagree with you.
They split off from the East by claiming infallibility and being a pope and so on and so forth. But anyway.
And by adding the word filioque to something, I forget what. I think the Nicene Creed.
They changed something. I don't know the deal on that personally.
Yeah, they added a word, and like the rest of Orthodox Christianity was like, no.
Yeah, well, I think they were just kind of tired of them inserting their
We lost your voice, Sherry.
It's because I muted myself. Sorry, I had to plug my thing. Yeah. Anyway, I don't know. Who knows why all that stuff went down? But it went down, didn't it? And
So
here we
Jonathan
are.
asks, is monarchical Trinitarianism Orthodox orthodoxy? And I have to say, like, when
What
I
is
talk
he-
to Father Stephen, like, I tell him, I don't know how much, like, what you claim to be orthodoxy is orthodoxy. And he's like, nobody pushes back on any of the stuff I say, and he's pretty popular, so.
And monarchical.
Well,
Sorry, go ahead.
I mean, the idea of pushback in the Orthodox Church, it's rather interesting. Unless you get super heretical, and say something, anti-Christian. So, some priests are universalists, some are not. My priest said to me, "Just so you know, I'm not a universalist. I don't believe that." And it's not a problem. So, like, if you were in an evangelical church
They would
and
kick you out.
you were a Baptist, they'd kick you out, right?
That's why I mean when I
Every
say
good Baptist needs
I
to live
don't
in
know what I
hell.
am anymore, because like Tiffany was saying there's so many different strands of Christianity now, and especially with Protestantism, it's like you say one thing, you're not a Christian according to this group here, then this other group here, it's like you're not a Christian anymore if it's not this thing, and so that's why I'm like I don't even know anymore.
One of the things I love about the Eastern Orthodox liturgy is that nobody preaches to you. You go and you worship and you participate in the liturgy, and then you go home, and it doesn't matter what you think, because you know what? We all think something else.
Really? There's no homily at all?
Oh, there maybe sometimes 10 minutes at
Okay.
the most.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I know it's short.
15 is too long for most people, and like Jacob and I have talked about this before, the whole God of your own understanding, right? And why Judaism is not conversionist, and neither is Eastern Orthodoxy for that matter. So, yeah.
Yeah, I went to an Eastern Orthodox wedding, and all I remember is, so we were in the church part, and the choir is like where the women sit in the synagogue, like above, so you can't see them, and so like where the ceremony's going on, and like there's this secret choir that nobody can see, that's like punctuating everything, and more than anything they kept on saying, God have mercy, like over and over again, like the priest and the bishop. So
Oh, I love that. That's fun.
yeah, so what happened was Cassie's priest was ordained a bishop right before the wedding. So
Oh,
he
wow.
has, yeah, so that was his final Sunday at that church before he went off to become like the Bishop of Chicago or something.
Wow.
And
Bishop
so
of Chicago. Ooh.
yeah, so she ended up she ended up being married by a priest, by a bishop, not just a priest. So there was a bishop and a deacon instead of a priest and a deacon.
Is a
Yeah.
bishop higher up than a priest?
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Should I know this? I don't know. Sorry.
Yes.
Just read the Book of Acts. You'll be
Just
all
like-
right.
Does it say in Acts? Because I know, does it get
Yeah, it
switched
does.
around in different translations too? Because let
So
me see.
Protestants will say that bishop and deacon and presbyter all mean the exact same thing, and there's no difference between them.
How
Okay.
convenient.
Let me see
Yeah,
here.
that's really convenient because I'm pretty sure bishops were landowners or something. So I don't know, but I'm
Well, the
tired,
question-
so I'm fading. So I'm gonna go.
Okay.
Oh,
But it's been lovely. It's
Yeah,
been a joy
great.
meeting you guys. Thank you for
thanks
having me on
coming
again.
here.
You're
Yeah,
always
thanks for
welcome.
coming.
Hi, Tiffany. Nice to meet you.
Bye.
Hi. Have a good night. Let's see. I want to see what mine says. If it says bishops and deacons and that sort of thing. I think it does actually. Yeah, position up a bishop. I'm looking at Timothy right now. So where in Acts does it actually give the list of like who's higher than who?
I don't think it gives you a list. You have to read the whole.
Oh,
It-
okay.
It's definitely not explicit. If it was, the Protestants would
Would be
Okay.
would
screwed.
not be so
They'd be
opposed.
Okay. Because I know it talks about bishops and deacons in like the books of Timothy, I think in Titus, but I never knew if it said like bishop is higher than a deacon or things like that. It probably does, and I just haven't looked at it.
Well, bishop literally means overseer. So
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Tim
Okay.
says bishops were the legal owners of church property before the legalization of Christianity.
Oh, interesting.
Bishop is a Latin word. Like, what did it come from? If it just means overseer.
Well, the Greek is episkopos, which means person who sees over.
Okay. Huh. All right. I mean, it might make more sense to me. I grew up Protestant, so I didn't grow up in like I'm assuming they probably use those terms still in probably I think even in Baptist churches too. Probably in some Protestant circles, but
Some
more so in
Protestant
Catholic.
circles, yeah, they still use the term bishop, but like Presbyterians kind of don't. And I keep on telling Paul Vanderklay, like, you're just a bishop. Just the fact they refuse to call you a bishop doesn't change the fact you are a bishop.
Yeah.
Paul Vanderklay, like, that's my big thing with him. It's like, yeah, you're the guy who's shacked up with his girlfriend and has kids and is like, we're not married.
I'm sure he appreciates that.
Sterling, yes, all are welcome, but if you're new, you should have your video on. And
Buster's penis
we're
on it.
very, very strict on not allowing porn people. Very so if you're trying to just like flash us with porn, we're not that type of people who are gonna lose our minds and like be like, oh my god. But yeah, so please don't flash us. But yes, you are definitely welcome to join.
I'm knitting anyway, so I'm not looking.
Yeah. I still really like that one time that guy joined on when it was you, me, and Mitch, and that guy came on and started speaking another language. Remember that?
Oh,
Megan?
right. Well, no, he didn't speak a different language. He said, I
that's
am
right.
something understander of all tongues. And so I
That's
spoke to
right.
him in Farsi. And he's like, you said something which wasn't what I said. And I was like, nope, goodbye.
The best part was that he actually tried, though. I thought that was so
Of course
great.
he did, because he believes he understands all languages.
It was so great. He's got his own YouTube channel. Mitch went and found him.
Oh, he sent me emails and he called my
he did?
cell phone and
What?
yeah.
How did you get your cell
And left
number?
messages. Yeah, it was hilarious.
Oh my goodness. Well, I'm sorry that happened to you.
Why? It was hilarious.
How do you get? Is your number like on your website or something? Probably the insurance.
Yeah, I mean,
Okay.
if you Google my name, my cell phone's right there.
Oh, okay. He was an interesting guy.
Yeah, the only time that I was kind of like, oh, this might be bad, is when that huge Black Hebrew Israelite channel started telling his viewership that they should come and protest at my office.
Ooh, that'd be scary.
Nobody showed up. Well, I mean, my office is in a security building, but it would have still been like awkward.
There he is.
Hello, Sterling.
Hey, how you guys doing?
Good. How are you?
Thanks for having me. don't worry, I'm going to keep all my clothes on.
Yay!
That's good. Nice.
No, I get it. Well, yeah, I don't know much about the channel and hate to interrupt, don't want to hijack. So maybe the best thing for me to do is listen.
How'd you find the channel?
Yeah.
I think I searched either sometimes I'll search StreamYard or Open Panel.
Oh,
I think-
okay.
I can't remember which one this was, and then I'll change my filters to live, and then just I try to hop on a random panel, and I don't know what's wrong with me. We don't have time to get into that, but it's just kind of exciting. See what happens.
To talk to people. No, that's actually fun.
Yeah, sometimes I get
Yeah.
bored, so don't take it personally. But if that happens, but Sherry seemed very knowledgeable from what I was listening to, and it seemed like you might have some people from all different types of faiths. So I didn't know if it was like only everyone was on the same page or whatever.
No, we don't believe there are no two people on the same page in this little corner of the internet.
The only same page we're on is that we love each other dearly.
Oh yeah.
But only because God told me to.
When you say you love each other, what does that mean though? If you don't mind me jumping right in, and what do you mean you love each other though? Because I was just talking to somebody about what that means, so I'm curious.
But what love means?
Yeah, when the way you used it.
Well, I think it means that we listen to each other, that we take each other seriously, that we are there for one another when in times of trouble. That we see each other as images and likenesses of God.
I was about to pull up if you
There we
weren't
go.
going to answer, I was going to pull up. So this is the background of my thing. And that is the Tetragrammaton. That is the name of God. And so the twin commandments, as Jesus says, the twin commandments in Judaism are V'ahavta et Hashem Elokecha, you shall love the Lord your God, and V'ahavta l'recha kamocha, and you shall love your fellow as yourself. And so generally I would say loving other people is recognizing that they were created by God.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And so I just want to put a label on myself or two. I'm an agnostic atheist. It sounded like, well, before I'll let you all label yourselves if you so choose. But yeah, I'm an agnostic atheist. I grew up as a Southern Baptist. I lack a belief in a God or gods or religion or any holy scripture or anything like that. I'm not saying it's not true. It's not real. I'm just not yet convinced. Sort
Well,
Mhm.
tell us your story. Like, who are you? Like, how'd you arrive where you are?
let's watch the viewers drop.
There aren't that many viewers. Don't worry about it.
There's only 6
We
of them right
love
now.
hearing people's stories.
Okay, well, sure. And, this story is best told with all my clothes on. So again, don't worry. I'm from South Carolina. I grew up Southern Baptist. I was indoctrinated, so to speak. No offense to anyone, but, to me, I was like, it wasn't in my household. We weren't free to question things. It was scary. I remember instances where I asked why my Jewish friend was wrong. I wanted to go back to school because we only had one Jewish friend in my town. I wanted to know how she was wrong so I could go tell her. So I asked my dad, and at the dinner table, like, to give me the evidence, the proof, and he told me that was blasphemy. And whether you agree with that or not, I didn't even know what it was. So I asked him what was blasphemy. He told me it was unforgivable sin. And so in my mind, as a 7-year-old, I had just been condemned to hell. You see what I'm saying?
Oh.
And I'll try to keep this brief, but my point is that after that, I stopped asking questions. you know what I mean? And it wasn't until I was about 18 or 19, I left the house and was in college and was able just to ask questions and talk and freely, without being afraid of my eternal damnation. And you know, it was then that I kind of lost my religion. So I hope that's a good answer.
May I ask, how old are you?
37.
37. Okay, so it's been a while since that happened.
20 years. 20
Yeah.
years. And it was painful for me. Really painful. It's not like something that I was happy and bragged about and was marching in the streets. Look at me, I'm an atheist now. I'm very free and liberated. It was painful. It was really painful.
Yeah.
Mm.
Well, I mean, there is that lingering thought that you might be burning in hell for eternity, right? For it.
Sure.
I'm just saying, not that I believe that. Okay.
Sure, I don't either. So I don't live in fear of that. And you know, that's Pascal's wager. I think I've heard it referred to in some circles. I'm not much of a theologian, or I'm not good with words and stuff. But I mean, hey, you know what? Everyone's an atheist to an extent. Sherry, even you. If I may pick on you for a moment, you know, there's lots of religions that I'm sure I would assume that you don't believe in. You know, and they may also have their version of hell, and you know what I mean? Like, we can't believe it. I mean, why not believe in those too? You know.
That's the general answer to Pascal's wager, and frankly, I think Pascal's wager is just like, you can steel man it much better than it is, but ultimately, I think it's just bad.
I think it's lame.
Which part?
Yeah. Pascal's wager, the idea that you should believe in God because maybe you'll go to hell, like that, just it's theologically repugnant to me.
Yeah.
And what? But I'm sorry. So maybe I didn't understand. I thought she was saying that, you know, I thought she was asking, wasn't there that in the back of my mind, like that fear of going to hell?
I think she was saying
No,
that's
no.
why it's kind of painful because you've been brought up that way or something, right? Is that what
Oh, forgive me.
Maybe
Forgive me.
not.
I'm so sorry. Okay, I understand now.
Yeah. We're
think
not very evangelical here. Nobody's gonna be like trying to change your mind like that.
No, I appreciate, and I'm the same. I'm not either. I was just responding to what I thought I heard.
Yeah.
I've been trying to change Jacob's mind forever. It's just I gave up.
She's joking. She's being sarcastic.
Yeah. It is. No, I mean, I sympathize or empathize with that. I don't know which one it is, but
Both.
because it is hard, even being within Christianity, like I was saying earlier, just even the anything you're going through, like any type, like it is a painful process when you're trying to, because I mean, you've been brought up with those beliefs that are very fundamental to your very core, and so to have those things, I guess you would say, deconstructed in a way, is not a fun process. And like Sherry talks about the cocoon process, and that's never fun being in that cocoon ever. It's a kind of a painful thing.
Tell me about that, Sherry. What do you mean?
The cocoon.
Yeah, but like what part of it?
The whole idea of a caterpillar becoming a butterfly, right? And as it turns out, I think it was Yosef actually that clued me in on this. But there's a phase where the caterpillar actually just turns to goo inside that cocoon. Like, it's not, you know, you would have. I always imagined that this caterpillar was slowly turning into, you know, just kind of changing. But apparently the caterpillar just turns to goo. And then all of a sudden, out of this goo, wings form, and you know, and I think that's very much equivalent to the process of becoming, right? Something becoming real, actually, because the caterpillar is not real until he's a butterfly, right? He's real when he's the butterfly.
Yeah, sure. Yeah, I am becoming that which I am becoming, which is how which is the real translation of what most people translate as "I am who am."
Right. Yeah.
Wait, say that again. Break that down for me. What was that? I am. Who I
Okay,
am?
so I am who am. There is no present tense of the verb to be in Hebrew.
I think most Christians understand it, Jacob, as I am that I am.
Right.
That's what God says to me. But in Hebrew, I'll let Jacob take it from here. But in Hebrew, it's different.
Yeah. So in Hebrew, there is no present tense of the verb to be. So it's actually ehyeh asher ehyeh. It's the incomplete action of to be. I am becoming that which I am becoming.
Oh,
And you know, I've been thinking so much about this lately because this is George MacDonald makes this little just brief statement in one of his unspoken sermons about God seeing things for what they are. But when George MacDonald says that, he's thinking about it in a much more profound way. And this is exactly what that is saying. This is the Tetragrammaton, right, Jacob?
Yeah. Well,
Yeah.
it's a form of it. Yeah.
The name
It's a
of
form of it.
The
The name of God is being. I mean, like
Yeah.
that's the thing. Like John Vervaeke, who's really big. Okay, so Sterling, just to explain what's going on, because we're talking about a lot of stuff that
Yeah.
you probably never heard of.
Hmm.
We are involved in something that we call this little corner of the internet, which there are
Which is
tons
the
and
best place
tons.
in the world to be.
There are tons and tons of YouTube channels, and this is just one of the smaller ones. Well, actually, I mean, I'm not tiny, but
blown up.
yeah, I have 800 subscribers. Can you believe that?
That's
Yeah,
awesome.
I'm your newest one.
Amazing.
Yeah, you could be getting monetized soon.
Yeah, that's like I can't imagine that, but there are bigger channels and smaller channels and like tons of channels, right? And so one of the bigger channels in this little corner is John Vervaeke, who is a professor of psychology, and he talks about the shape of the God-shaped hole in people's because he's a non-theist, and he says that.
That's
So
what he says
he
he-
has, yeah. Well, he's really a classical theist, I would say.
Yeah. Yeah.
So we talk a lot in this little corner about definitions of God, right? And so when you come from specifically a Protestant background, right, you have a certain concept of God and you reject that, right? And then you think, okay, I don't believe in that God, right? But the fact is that most of the world's religions don't believe in that God either. When, especially the new atheists, Sam Harris, and I don't know how familiar you are with that. Like, when they describe the God that they don't believe in, I don't believe in that God either. And pretty much everybody in this little corner doesn't believe in that God either, right? And so part of the discussion in this little corner has been like, we all agree that we don't like the shape of the God-shaped hole in the kind of new atheist thing, because like the God that they don't believe in is also the God we don't believe in.
So what if the atheist said, well, tell me about the God you believe in, and then immediately afterwards said, yeah, I don't believe in that.
Well, it's possible, but another thing we talk a lot about in this corner of the internet is God 1 and God 2. And so there's this idea of the Irenic God and an agentic God, right? And I believe in an agentic God. And there are plenty of people in this corner of the internet who don't believe in an agentic God. But the Irenic God, which basically is God as being, like and that's what we mean by classical theism. Like John Vervaeke, he doesn't believe he believes in science, right? But in exploring various theologies, like classical theism had this idea of like God as the primary mover, right? And that doesn't actually have to be agentic, right? Or God as being, right? That doesn't have to be agentic. Some people would say God is the laws of physics, right? So, like, do you believe in the laws of physics?
I believe that they are probably the best models that we have currently in physics. I don't believe in them, objectively with 100% certainty. I question them, but I believe that they exist. Look, what I would say is, like, if we already call those things the laws of physics, like, why also call them God? It kind of gets confusing for me.
Well, so the thing with classical theism and again with cognitive science, so I would highly recommend the work of John Vervaeke. That's Vervaeke. He just recently put out a new series, but like that series kind of expects you to have seen his old series, which is called Awakening from the Meaning Crisis, which is 50 hours long. And you might like it or you might not, but it's 50 hours long.
I see that.
Yeah. And he goes through the entirety of human history. And he comes up with like so he's trying to create what he calls the religion that's not a religion. So he's trying to take all of the things. So being a psychologist and believing in evolution, he believes that there must be some form of benefit to religion for human beings to have had the religious instinct. And if you're interested in that debate, there was a discussion between Brett Weinstein and Richard Dawkins in Chicago a few years ago. The video is not very good, but the conversation was really interesting. So his whole idea is, okay, I want to take all of the good things that religion offers and none of the bad things. So that's what he calls the religion that's not a religion.
Huh.
And his corner of the internet is kind of they're focusing on, and I'm kind of adjacent because I actually believe in an agentic God and stuff. So like my views are very different from his, but I think he's doing very important work, and yeah. So you might be interested in Vervaeke's ideas.
He's I like Vervaeke. I like, he's a really brilliant guy, and he's got a lot of content out there. I personally have trouble keeping up with him, and I've heard other people say that too. So he might not be for everybody, but some people really, really take to him and really like his stuff and eat it up. So, but he's pretty good. He's a great thinker.
I might check it out.
Yeah.
We don't have to talk about religion, by the way. This is a just
Yeah, we can
chat.
talk about whatever.
Oh yeah. Oh, this is Hebrew Bible study, but the Bible study ended almost 2 hours ago.
Okay.
So
Okay.
we're just chatting. Yeah,
Okay.
I should probably like end the Bible study and like change it to a just chatting.
There
Chezi,
he is.
Sterling,
There's
Chezi.
What's up, man? How we doing?
You're on mute, but you probably know that.
Yeah, I'm cleaning the house. You guys feel free to talk.
All right.
Cheers.
Get at it, Cinderella.
What other things do you guys like to talk about?
Well, I don't know. I don't know.
So one of the things in this little corner is kind of like being personal. Like you'll notice we're all using our real names. Like this is my name with my last name. He's using his real name with his real last name.
I should put my last name in here. How do I change
Jason usually uses his real last name. Sherry doesn't use her last. Well, she does actually, but
There we go.
It's Sherry, but that's who she is, right? And so basically, like, it's about actually getting to know people, and so like your story is interesting. Like, okay, so 20 years ago, you left Baptist. So what have you been doing? What brings meaning into your life?
What brings meaning into my life is really that's a great question. At that time when the rug really got pulled out from under me is how I felt. It put me on a quest to find out what else I believe that may not be true. Like everything, like it made me turn everything upside down. Like, oh my, it was really, I can't explain it, but it was just like, holy shit. Excuse me. I was just like,
don't worry about cursing. You can curse.
Okay, cool. Because I don't like sense. I can't censor myself, right? It goes astray. But it blew my mind, and what else do I believe that isn't true? But I look like a fool. I said foolish things, and I need to know, and I need to find and weed them out, So like, from anything, not just religion, but from things about like Bigfoot and extraterrestrials. And I had to realize that there were some things that I wanted to believe in because it was fun. And it was hard for me to admit that I didn't have good reason to believe those things. And I'm still kind of on a quest to do that. But your next question was, what brings me
meaning in your life?
Yeah. Meaning. That's the next phase. I kind of abandoned the whole the quest for truth, or I got as far as I needed to. I feel like I don't know everything, but now I'm just trying to find hope, meaning, and purpose, happiness. And however that comes, however you can get it, for me, what does it? A nice beach view sounds nice. I got a pool. I got a Colombian girlfriend. I got a pit bull that can surf.
Nice. Okay, we need to see pictures of the surfing pit bull.
The Oxcox Show. I can put it in the chat. That's my last name too. By the way, this Sterling's my name. Hold on a second. I can put it right here.
You can share your screen.
I'm on my phone, so actually,
okay, on your phone.
But I'll type the name of the channel in here, and you'll see my dog and everything. There you go. It's on YouTube and Instagram. More on Instagram, but a little bit on YouTube, I think. If you're really interested.
Oh, it's in the private chat. Okay.
Yeah, I can't type that.
Yeah. Okay. Nice.
Yeah.
Cool.
You might find it I'm talking about in there.
Why am I not finding it?
It's on Instagram.
I see this pit bull. What's this pit bull's name?
Oxcox.
Oxcox. Okay. Oh, so this is his show. Oh, man.
Yeah. Well, he's got
he's got more subscribers than me. This dog is famous.
Yeah, we got a little street performance or beach performance, I guess you'd call it. People pay his tips as he gets on the surfboard.
Nice.
Yeah.
That's
but
cool.
that makes me happy. It makes me happy, man. It's fun, and he's happy. I'm happy. And then you get to see people's faces as they go by, and like all these people are happy to see a dog on a surfboard, and they weren't even expecting it. So, yeah, here he is.
Oh, nice.
My boy.
Take your time. I'm the one who's got to hurry, and if I gotta ride my bike, that's fine. Gotta get the ride back soon. Take your time. I'm back. Get up off of that thing and dance to you better.
Oh, I don't want to get copyright striked with that.
That's true. Sorry about that. Listen to this.
You brought joy and happiness to my life.
So that was some
Nice.
passerby. I didn't even know he said that until later. I was watching it back, and that's what he
Oh
said.
wow.
Yeah.
Where is this? Oh, you're in North Carolina or South Carolina, you said?
This is Charleston, South Carolina.
Yeah.
You'll
So you don't get copyright strikes on this music?
You don't get copyright strikes when you do them as a reel. YouTube allows you to add the music to it because these are yeah. If it's a reel, because then it's like, I guess, obviously short and
okay.
It's allowed.
Wow,
Yeah.
I will say this gives meaning to my life as well. This ox cox.
I mean,
Ox cox.
you can laugh. It can be a joke or whatever.
Oh, I'm not laughing.
No, I love it.
Dogs are
I love
special,
it.
man.
Yeah,
My dog that I had, Jacob said the same thing about his dog that he used to have too, but he said your dog Duke saved his life. My dog Verona, I would say she definitely saved my life. Like for sure saved my life. Because I was at that point in my life I had like some sort of nerve pain or something in my face, and I'm pretty sure I would have shot myself in the head if I didn't have that dog at that time, because I couldn't take the pain anymore. So yeah, there's definitely something special about dogs. They're always there for you when you need them.
I heard this one interesting theory that man's connection with dog goes back to when we were, I don't know, cavemen or Neanderthals, and they would guard the caves while we slept, which enabled us to develop our frontal lobe and cortex or something like that. I don't know if you've heard that, and that's why it's such a special bond.
So that we could invent kibble for them one day.
And surfboards.
They were working hard.
So my license plate holder says who rescued who.
Oh, nice. I did like the
Oh,
Duke story you told earlier, but I haven't finished that video. But I'd like to hear more at some point. That was a good one.
That's the only really great Duke story I have. I mean, when I was having panic attacks, he would come and sit on my foot. So, yeah.
That's nice.
Yeah.
Well, I gotta go, guys. I would love to stay and chat, but it's bedtime.
Okay, before you go, were you on for tomorrow, you think, or no?
Yeah.
Okay, sounds good. I'll tell Luke too, so hopefully he'll be ready.
Okay.
Cool.
Sounds good. See
I'm
you.
gonna see Jacob's channel again. Bye. Good night. I love that noise
He's
when
back.
people leave too.
Sterling, that comment you said about the dogs, I have heard that before. That's the theories. That's when humans start dreaming, to develop it like REM sleep, because up until that point, they're just terrified. I mean, which is like why we still are, scared of the dark. That's just like built into us because dark means danger. So we got to sort of really work hard. I spoke about this with my kids right now. They like to sit down in a dark room and just get used to it, so they don't have to deal with being scared of the dark. But yeah, that is a fascinating bond that humans have with dogs. Tim, what's up? Apparently my speech scared you or freaked you out. No shade.
I had kind of all kinds of thoughts about it. I did no shade. That's right.
What's
So talk to him.
When you were saying that stuff, it made me think about a Byzantine Empire, the 1,000-year reign of the Christian Empire, and and how some Orthodox view that, and like that there will be like a resurrection of the empire or something like that.
Mm-hmm.
They kind of remind me of that, and also I'm from a fundamentalist, dispensationalist Christian background. It also reminded me of some of those kinds of things. So it wasn't from a place of knowledge about what you're talking about. It's more like a gut reaction.
Because you heard that what I was saying, thinking that like Israel will become this like this monolith that will reign for 1,000 years. That kind of.
No, I guess what I heard is that this political structure this nation that has been established is fulfillment or something. I think about like the reestablishment of like a Byzantine Empire or something like that, and people look to they hope in some sort of a political structure, being they just look to that for hope, and I think do not trust in princes of men. But at the same time, like I think there's an aspect of of how politics and nations and stuff carry out God's will too in the world. So there's that too, so I'm not like totally against that. It's just it just reminded me of some of the sort of millenarian Christian tendencies.
I hear you. Thank you for explaining that. I would say that this is a bit of a point of contention between Jacob and I. Even though I think Jacob doesn't per se have an issue with like a political body, and I also think that the current political body is not, is not the divine representation that I'm looking for. I'm looking at the fact that the return of the Jewish people to Israel and the fact that they have created any sort of structure, any sort of body, is to me like indications of prophetic times. But in no way does that ever culminate into like us running the world, or us or like this is now like the main government. It's just for and this also relates to Noahides that Jacob talks about, for us to for the Jewish people to both internally have their own reformation, and by reformation I mean like rediscovery of themselves, and by doing that potentially shine more brightly towards the rest of the world. It requires some sort of structure and some sort of body, and in exile that wasn't really very possible. So when I look at the state of Israel, I look at that as like an option for those things. But if that explains it any better.
Yeah, it makes sense. The other thing that you said that I thought was really interesting that I actually agreed with. People.
He did.
Did he blow up again?
Do we lose Tim? Is his wife still watching the show?
I think it was God, because he was about to agree with you on something, and so God was like, let's get him out.
There you go. It's like none of this.
Yeah.
Sorry, Tim, you with us? I think he's like half with us, smiling.
He might come back. Well, until he comes back, I have a question about putting your kids in the dark. Have you told them the Ashmedai story?
They know. Yeah, that's funny. They know of Ashmedai. I was not as cruel as my brothers were. I wasn't as cruel as my brothers were about telling them that story. And I don't think I told them the full story, but there's a lot of demons. There's a 7-headed dragon. There's like a ball full of eyes that like hops on his leg. There's
you got to tell me more of these sometimes.
There's a lot of different demons. But like I said, like Ashmedai, there's a rabbi in this yeshiva that had this theory that the story of Ashmedai is to explain Solomon's multiple personality disorder, and being that wise, he must have had some sort of issue, and that was like that interpretation. But I don't know about that. Sorry, Tim, we got you back. What were you saying? Timothy?
Tim, you almost agreed with Hezi on something. You're about to agree with him.
Right. If he roids again, we'll know it's divine. We know it wasn't supposed to be. Tim, you with us? Sort of. I want to know what his wife is watching. It's stealing all his bandwidth.
Yeah, now I'm curious too.
Sterling, does your Colombian girlfriend and you and your amazing relationship give you meaning?
Yes. Yeah, because you know what? We broke up 10 years ago. Well, no, we met 10 years ago, and we broke up like 8 years ago. And we just recently got back together, and does it give me meaning? It definitely gives me a second chance to correct some things that, you know, I didn't quite get right the first time. So I mean, that's meaning. But to me, I don't know.
Well, I don't know. You're walking down the street with her, or holding her hand, or looking at her. Do you feel like, God damn, like I'm building something here together with her, or like at least I don't have to say anything because the moment itself is pleasurable. Like I'm just enjoying this bond.
No, because she's talking, so I don't have to. Because she's just.
Oh, 'cause she-
Yeah. No. Yeah. It makes me feel good, man. It makes me feel good. But you got to put yourself out there, and there's costs to everything, but you got to weigh those costs. And for me, I was being stingy. I was being greedy, and I was afraid to wager anything and take a risk. But it's worth it. But it paid off well for me. So maybe it's just me. I don't know.
I hear you.
Yeah.
Thank you for sharing that.
Yeah. So
While we
my,
wait for
that's my-
Timothy to get back. Yeah, sorry, go ahead.
Hey,
that's my guy, the big booty Latino.
here you are.
Tim, you back with us?
I think I have the issue resolved
Halfway.
now. Yeah, can you hear me?
Yeah, we hear you.
What?
Sort of.
It is divine.
Jacob, you shared your picture of the Rebbe before
Yes.
when you were talking to someone. I'll do a little sharing while we wait for Tim thing. So why can't I flip my camera on this? But I have my four who walked into the Pardes. One that died, one that went crazy, my little statues of them going into the mystical places.
Hold on,
And I
let me
had-
make your thing big. Hold on. Okay, go ahead.
Right. So I have over here the four who went into, it's like these little sculptures. One went crazy and threw out his coins. You have little coins here on the bottom. And there's Rabbi Akiva that comes out, he comes out saved. And I have Elisha Bunabu that breaks the branches.
That one's
And
me.
I have one that dies. He's all covered up in his clothing. And then I have a Sigmund Freud. And I have a Maimonides. We have a ancient rock and a little Moses over here, Michelangelo Moses. We have a little Joshua Heschel over here as well.
Okay.
We have a little brain rock, Seekers of Unity, little Zevi's swag. So we all have, and I think here for you, Jacob.
And
I
you
have a
burned
little-
the Yuval Harari book, I hope.
Right, I have a little Rav Soloveitchik.
Nice.
Yuval Harari. Where is Yuval Harari? There's Yuval
You
Harari
haven't
in
burnt
English
that book yet?
and in Hebrew. No, I haven't burnt the book yet.
We'll get there eventually.
That was a nice little show and tell. Thank you.
I know. I
Yeah,
like
I
little
need
green
I
brain
need a
rock.
few more busts. Yeah, the brain rock. Yeah, I love this rock. I was eyeing this for a very long time, and I eventually got it from my dad's office. And then my son built a little sculpture of Moses with the snake, with the copper snake, and Moses sitting down at the rock,
What? That's
talking
so
to the
cool.
people. Yeah. So we do little sculptures. During COVID, we had 3 lockdowns here, and I had like 2 quarantines. So there was hundreds of days spent at home, and I was sort of hoping to lay out and expose my kids to my talents over like their lifetime. But instead, I had to do that within the 4 months we were home together. So we did a lot of sculpting, a lot of drawing. We built the temple. We destroyed the temple. We built another temple. There's a lot of stuff going on.
That sounds great.
Yeah, it was an experience. It was
Yeah.
definitely an
Oh,
experience.
He said,
Screw it. Sorry, guys. I wanted to say I agree with Chaziz's take on miracles. Specifically, he was pointing out the 6-day war. Jacob, shots fired. Bow, 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 bow. The reason I said that, Sterling, is because Jacob and I can at times have different. We have a disagreement or understandings about what miracles are, and While I think they're literal, I just don't think they necessarily need to be as miraculous as, let's say, we grew up thinking they were. Having said that, I'm also okay if they are that miraculous. You know, like you were talking about aliens for a second. So like, you know, that's all good for me. If aliens come down tomorrow, I joke around about this as society. Like, I think we're so used to it in a certain point, that in a certain way, that if aliens came back today and we all found out, I still need to go to work. I mean, like, I still need to pick up my kid from school. Like, all those things still have to happen. It wouldn't be like that. I'm just like running into and start, like, you know, looting. So like, it would really need to be, I don't know, they came to Israel and they want to talk to me. I'd be like, oh, I guess I got to get involved. Otherwise, I'd be like, all right, pretty cool. Even if they had their own version of a religious story, that also really wouldn't negate my relationship, but with God. But yeah, so we have a different disagreement about how miracles.
Chazi and I disagree a lot.
Well,
But it's a safe place.
well,
Yeah.
good, because I would imagine I disagree with both of you. Yeah.
What do you do, Sterling?
Well, I'm recently retired, and I just moved down to South America, and I'm living off of slumlord income.
Oh, nice. Good job.
Mhm.
I approve of passive income and moving to South America. Although I could never do it myself because like family stuff. But like, yeah,
No, that was my motivating factor, family and stuff. I was like, I gotta, too close.
Okay.
I gotta get the hell out of here. No, it's cheap. It's I basically sold or rented out everything that I have, and even put my car on Turo. Have you heard of that app or whatever? Turo. It's kind of like you can rent out your car for a day or a week or whatever. Kind of like Airbnb for your car.
Okay. Interesting.
Yeah. So.
So what do you do as a retiree at 37?
Well, up until very recently, I was wooing my ex-girlfriend to come back, and
All right.
begging and pleading, and that took up a lot of my time and effort. And now I am surfing with my dog. More of the Onyx Cox show to come. And what else? I am writing again. I like to do stand-up comedy. It's not something I'm good at, but that's why I like to do it. It's just kind of like a
Yet. You're not good at it yet.
Yeah, but it takes like what they say is like 10 years, and I'm like, dude, it's been like 5 already. Give me something.
I know. Don't you have to get on the road? Doesn't Joe Rogan say it has to be on the road? You got to do your time. You got to get like ripped and.
Sure, and that might be true, but I don't have time. I'm not going to Boston or New York or LA or something. I don't have time for that. But to me, it feels good just to rock the mic in front of like 12 people. It feels really good. It feels really good. It doesn't happen often. Don't get me wrong. For me. But yeah, so I'm writing, eating my girlfriend's food, and life is pretty good right now.
Yeah. I think you're really gonna like John Vervaeke. I really do.
So
I really do. Yeah.
Even if you have the time, especially, I'm saying if you have some time right now, then like to get lost in ancient wisdom could be very enjoyable. Definitely, as he makes it more applicable to today day and age. That could be you could be a very powerful man if you have time, and you could fill your utility belt, so to speak, with a lot of this knowledge, walking down the streets with your dog, throwing out quotes to people.
Oh, do I want to be that guy? Is that the guy?
I don't know if you want to be the guy. I don't even want to be the guy throwing out quotes.
Nah.
Well, so you said you're in South America. Do you speak Spanish?
Sí, hablo un poco español y aprendí por mi novia. I learned for this girl, like she makes no attempt to speak English. And 10 years ago we met, and I didn't know any. And then I told her I was going to come back. I was going to go learn Spanish and come back. And well, it took a little bit longer than that, but yeah.
Wow, that's
Nice.
really cool. So where did you say where you were in South America?
No, I'm in Colombia.
Oh,
okay.
okay. All right. Okay.
Yeah.
I love it that you got her.
It was easier than I thought it was gonna be. Like
I mean,
like
it's been 10 years, so.
I know, but I would know. It would no. I'm not lying. Like I thought it was gonna be really hard, but like, yeah, I was lucky that she was single and she didn't start a family. And but then again, how could she move on after the devastation she must have endured? But no, in that sense, I was lucky. But no, to be honest, to toot my own horn, I was good to her. You know, I was really good to her. We didn't argue and stuff. It wasn't a nasty breakup. We were good to each other. We were good. And that's why I kind of just always in the back of my mind, I was like, why did I do it? That was the one I regret, you know? But enough about me and my happiness.
Well, are you guys considering, are you guys considering children? Tell me if I'm getting too personal. Just
Oh, no. Are we considering children?
How many children? What are their names? No.
Yeah. She could tell you, I'm sure. But right now, yeah, the farthest we're going is when we see kids, we wonder what ours will look like and what color they're going to be and what their hair is going to look like and stuff like that. But she said her body looks too good right now. She's not.
Okay. I'm guessing you're not complaining about how good her body looks.
I wouldn't want to come on here and talk about how hot my Latina muñeca's body is in here, and it's not the place. It doesn't seem appropriate.
May all our spouses be beautiful.
But if you check out the Ox Cock Show on Instagram, there's videos on there, and you can check that out.
There you go.
I was in a concert, and I was with 2 friends of mine, and then I see this beautiful woman walk in.
I hope she was your wife.
She is my wife now. I saw her walk in, and I was like, God damn, I'm gonna go ask this girl out. And my friend sits next to me. He's like, No, I know that girl. She's dating someone.
Have you seen her without the background?
I didn't exactly. She might be a demon. So I get up and I'm like, no, I have a good vibe about this. And my friend gets up. He's like, no, I promise you, she's going out with someone. So I was like, all right. I sit back down. Next day, this guy asks her out. Okay, the friend, dick move, definitely. And someone was trying to set him up with her. His story was like, if he thought I was going to ask her out, he knew that it wasn't going to happen. So he had to make sure that wasn't happening so he could go out with her. So I was like, you know what? Sure. Whatever. Okay. Then 2 months later, a friend of mine is talking to me about another friend of ours. He's like, yeah, I think I'm setting him up with this girl, Jennifer. And I'm like, oh, that's so great. This guy's the best. I'm so happy. He's like, yeah. Then he names this girl. And I realized it's his girl from the concert. I was like, oh, damn. I'm like, I actually really, I don't know. I feel like I need to go out with this girl. So I call my other buddy. I'm like, listen, I know my friend's trying to hook you up with this girl, but I don't know. I'm feeling like I really need to ask this girl out. So he tells me the fact that you're calling me makes me want to go out with this girl even more. So I'm like, yeah. I'm like, you're right. That's fair. I'm like, and you're a great guy. I'm like, have fun, do your thing. So I call a mutual friend. I find a mutual friend. I'm like, listen, I don't know what this girl's deal is, but if you hear that she's single, let me know. And then the next morning I wake up and I have a text with this girl's number saying she wants you to give her a call. So apparently she saw me in this concert and she saw me get up and she told her friend, ooh, it would be cool if this guy came up and asked me out. But I sat back down. So basically she asked me out. That's why but we met her. I met her. Then the first week, I don't know, we were together every single day for hours. I was just like, this is it. And then the rest is history. I mean, it's been 12 years, but.
And then you made her carry on Shabbos while you didn't.
Yeah, then we went through our own religious. It's sad because.
Inside joke, Sterling.
I was gonna say, in a certain way, I'm in our place right now. I definitely am a lot more spiritual, and I think she's a little less connected, which I don't think she's too happy about, but. I don't know. I have to see. Her and I try to do some studies together, but it doesn't really work so well. Her and I learning together.
What does that mean? Do you argue? Or
It just
something?
it doesn't argue. It's just there's a different pace. There's a different there's
Yeah.
like, and I also never want to be like I specifically also with our relationship. I never want to be teaching. I want to be learning together with her, and because of her background, it's usually going to be me teaching, and I just don't. It's not like a good. I don't like being in that mode of like sort of
Yeah.
teaching her and having her have things like I'm fine explaining things, but I don't want to be in that sort of mode with her. I like being like sort of at the same place with her. So
Yeah, that's good.
we
That's a
we
really
do
good
less of that.
story.
So you know what you need to study with your wife is Hilchos Kashrus, because then she can teach you stuff.
So what Jacob was talking about is the dietary restrictions, because in our religion there's a lot of dietary restrictions. My mom happened to, her and a few other women, they had to get like the courts to agree for this in Israel, but they wanted to study to become inspectors in the dietary restriction community, which is usually only men. However, they got to do this, and my mom studied for years. And then basically all her children are now terrified for her to come into their house because she has like a lot of comments. She's very strict. I don't know about those strawberries. So when she walks in, I'm like, just don't come into the kitchen. Okay. It's all kosher. It's all good. God blessed it. A priest blessed it. It's all good. Sit down, do your thing. So yes, I don't know if we're going to learn those things together, but yeah, she is. Once we move to our new community, we are going to have to be dealing with some of those issues.
What was the concert?
Yeah,
The concert. Yeah. You know what? I feel like concert's a too strong of a word. It was a friend of mine that plays music, so there's probably like 100 people over there. It's Jewish.
Crowd, man. That's hot.
Yeah, it's okay. That's a crowd, sure. So
Better than I do. We play.
I know
a
you
show,
and
we
your-
get maybe like 5 people.
So it's a friend of mine that does Jewish folk rock sort of music. It's all like biblical verses. It actually become very, very big in Israel because I mean you have obviously the majority secular, even though it's more traditional. Like some of the top superstars in the music industry in Israel are all sort of religious folk. And there's like a very, very deep yearning for that kind of music. And it's really beautiful to sort of see these concerts because you see it's a real tapestry of everything that Israel has to offer. So it's secular, and within secular, it's Russian, Ethiopian, Sephardic Jews, European Jews, and young and old, and everyone is like they're all singing these words and chanting together along with him. And yeah, sorry.
No, I was gonna ask, is it on like Spotify or YouTube or anything?
Yeah, sure. You could. There's one of them is Hanan Ben Ari. He has a dream that's very Peterson and very Peugeot-like. It's a dream called "I Dream Like Joseph," and he goes by. He's like, everyone has like an Esther in them, and everyone has like a Saddam in them, and everyone has like it's a whole beautiful story.
Why don't you put links on to these songs on the Discord and the Shira channel?
I was actually thinking about doing that once, but like I didn't know if I wanted to be the guy that's just like blasting people with like Jewish music. I.
Oh yeah! How dare you on my Discord like blast people with Jewish music in the Shira channel?
Offensive.
Very
How do you spell this? You said it was Hanan.
CHANAN. Hanan. The next word would be Ben, BE, and Ari, lion, ARI.
Okay. And he's on Spotify. Yeah, I had it here. Oh, cool.
And there's another guy named
400,000 monthly
Yishai
listeners.
Ribo.
Chazi, we are losing you. Who's perfect and sinless? Who allowed perfect and sinless in my channel?
I think that's Mitch.
Mitch
I'm just
is
kidding.
perfect and sinless.
I'm joking.
Titus
That's right.
1:15, unto the pure all things are pure, but unto them that are defiled and unbelieving is nothing pure. But even their mind and conscience is defiled. Okay?
Why did you say that? What were we talking about? Was that relevant?
No, we were talking about kosher laws and stuff.
Oh, okay. That was-
Tim says, Chezi, how do you view the Protestant tourists in Israel? My in-laws arrived there today as part of a group. Chezi, you should go try to find his in-laws.
I was gonna say, they should come meet me.
They should.
I'll give them the real.
Yeah.
Right by my house is it's called Valley of the Cross, I think, or Church of the Cross. It's where they say it's the olive tree they got Jesus' cross from. So it's like there's Greek. It's this Greek church that has this ancient church that was ransacked many times and was rebuilt, but it's like on this huge olive tree grove, and that's where they say the tree's from. So
Okay, in half an hour, I personally am definitely going to bed because I'm tired. But like,
Yeah, I'm probably gonna hop off here in a minute anyway. But I have a quick question. So that I haven't heard this before. So they're saying the cross was built out of an olive tree?
I think, yeah.
Huh.
Well,
that's interesting.
Josephus says that the Romans basically he said they ran out of wood for all the crosses and ran out of places to put the crosses if they had more wood. So like basically the Romans
they nailed them to a tree.
I'm showing the dogwood tree.
The dogwood tree. Check for a second. If you guys are by a computer, like Valley of the Cross or Church of the Cross in Jerusalem.
Church of the Cross.
In Hebrew, it's called Emek HaMatzleva.
Okay.
But I don't think I'm making that up.
Basilica of the Holy Cross in Jerusalem. So according to Wikipedia, the Basilica of the Holy Cross in Jerusalem is a Catholic minor basilica and titular church in something. No, that's in Rome. That's not.
Is it Eastern Orthodox Church? It says the Monastery of the Cross is Eastern Orthodox monastery in Nayot neighborhood in Jerusalem.
Yep.
Okay.
That's the one. So, what are they saying about it? Did I completely make that up?
Legend has it that the monastery is erected in the burial spot of Adam's head, though 2 other locations in Jerusalem also claim this honor, from which grew the tree that gave its wood to the cross on which Christ was crucified.
Okay, there you go.
Well, that's at least a really cool story. Dang. So Adam's head was buried, then a tree grew out of where his head was, and then they nailed Jesus to it. It's
As
what
it
they're saying.
does.
Or they cut down the tree.
There's also a story of Esau's head being cut off, and it rolled into the tomb of the patriarchs.
And what did it do? Did it do something?
No, it doesn't
I feel
go
like
into
there's more to this story.
I think it just stays there. I'm trying to remember.
Okay.
Stay there, but it was supposed to be like even his head was supposed as in there's some sort of repentance happening on Esau's level. In this church though that you just read about in this monastery, a few years ago they had this issue because there was a dog and a deer. They were having sexual relations and they wouldn't in the church and on the church grounds, and they kept on trying to shush them away, but they wouldn't leave. It's a crazy story. Yeah, I'm serious. So, I know.
Oh man, you might have just topped the rooster story for me though. All right.
I know.
On that note,
guys, I'm
Hey, nice to meet you.
Let's see you.
Thank you.
Come back later.
All right. I'm probably gonna head out too. It's 1:30 here, so.
Yeah, I think I'm gonna end the stream. Sterling, you're welcome to join my Discord. It's on. I don't know if you do Discord. you're welcome to come back on the channel if you're interested.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Yeah,
This
we'd love
little
to hear.
corner, I think you'll find this little corner interesting. There's all kinds of people with all kinds of different beliefs. I don't know if you like Pirsig. Do you know Robert Pirsig?
I don't think so.
Zen and the Art of Motorcycle Maintenance. You might like Pirsig.
I've
Yeah.
heard of that before.
Yeah,
I have not read
well,
it. It's a book.
So,
I have not read it.
Sevilla King, her whole channel is completely about Pirsig and stuff. I
I've
forget
heard
the name of
her.
her channel though.
Is it? Would she be better to listen to, Sevilla? Is it? Does it like? Does she just distill his nation even more? Or?
I think kind of. It's assumed that you've read Zen and the Art of Motorcycle Maintenance.
Oh, okay.
I had to read it in high school.
Oh, she's talking to Joe in this one. I think this is from 3 years ago. I think that's her, Sevilla King.
Sevilla King, yeah, I forget the name of her channel. It's not the Meaning Code. That's Karen Wong's channel.
Here, I'll drop this in the private chat thing too. I like Peugeot. Peugeot's good. I like Peugeot, but he might be kind of hard to follow for some people. Anyway,
Yeah,
I'm gonna hop off.
living a quality existence. I think that's the name of her channel.
Okay, cool.
Yeah, a
I'm gonna
quality
have to check it out.
existence. That's her channel.
Quality existence. Okay. All right. Well, thanks again, Jacob. I will talk to you soon, I'm sure. So.
Yeah.
And it was really nice meeting you, Sterling. Yeah, please come back around. I'd love to hear more from you. And
Sure. I'll be back, and I'll try harder to offend everyone one at a time.
that sounds great.
You're gonna have a very hard. It's gonna be very difficult to offend people in this little corner.
I look forward to the challenge. Good idea.